systems. What if the solution is right there available to you and it could actually be there before you get to the problem? Today, we're going to discover how to recognize and fix what's not working in your business before it's too late. And we have with us an expert in systems, Doug Hall, who has a lifetime of experience in developing systems for very successful businesses. Doug, it is absolutely a pleasure to have you on the Wealthability Show with us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
If you would, Doug, give us a little of your background. How did you start, why this topic of all topics for somebody with your experience?
Well, growing up way back, 1979, my dad calls me into the living room and at Christmas time, and I was more excited about this lady I was engaged to, who we've been together now for 49 years. And he sat me down, and I knew it was something serious because he didn't usually do that. And he said, "Douglas, I've been working with a guy named Dr. W. Edwards Deming. He's the guy that went to Japan after World War II that created quality that is killing American industry right now." And he says, "I learned that 94% of the problems is the system, 6% is the worker." I go, "Yeah, Dad, whatever. Yeah." He said, "No, you got to listen. This is the future." Well, literally, that conversation in the living room up in New England changed my life. I was a chemical engineer. I ended up going to Procter & Gamble, working in marketing of all things, with a real focus on innovation. And I slowly but surely took the work of Dr. Deming, which was grounded around factories, and I said, how do I turn this into innovation? How do I take innovation from an art, and it'll still have some art to it, but add science to it and make it a reproducible system that could enable everyone, everywhere, to innovate and to make it work. So long story short, did a lot of amazing things at P&G, shipped 18 products in 12 months, still considered a record. Left and created the Eureka Ranch, working with multinational companies and small companies, over 2,000 companies over many years, helping them increase speed and decrease risk with innovation, generally a focus on disruptive. Then a few years ago, I got this idea to create a whiskey company because I'd worked in whiskey for many years on products for companies around the world. And when I did that, I learned that the important thing about whiskey was the wood, and that 70% of the flavor comes from the wood. So what I did was I invented some technologies, created a company, and it worked. The products exploded. It went well. We went from a few thousand cases to over 100,000 cases in a year, and this is all during the craziness of COVID. But in the process, I learned that my work on innovation, which had been around the big idea, while it's useful, most of those big ideas had challenges when they tried to go through the process in the organization. And what you needed to do is you needed to get the employees engaged in the process with you in growing your business. Because I had bottlers, not fancy folks, but good people, hardworking people. And when you're doubling every 3 to 6 months, if you don't have the employees engaged, you're dead. You're dead. Because you got to have them there. They can't be disengaged. Right now, we've only got about 30 or 40% of the employees, research says, are fully engaged. We needed to get them all engaged, or we were going to die. Because myself and my co-founder, Joe Gergash, we couldn't do this by ourselves. We had to have the entire organization with us. And so that's what created what is now, the book is called Proactive Problem Solving that we're doing. We've got a workshop on it that gets ridiculous ratings from employees. And it is changing my life because I've taken all of my work doing big ideas for Nike and Disney and American Express, and now it's all about helping that worker make a difference in the organization. And the way we light them up is we say we're going to start by stopping the stupid. And we talk directly to the employees. with proactive problem solving, the first place to begin is you got to give employees something that's going to make a difference for them. So you say, what are the stupid work systems, the stupid communications, the stuff that gets in the way of you doing meaningful work to do your job?
You know,
And they go, hallelujah, baby, somebody's listening to me. And suddenly you light a fire and the organization is transformed faster than you can ever imagine. You can't imagine. You hired these people because you gave a damn about it and they cared. And then they suddenly became droids. Well, what happened? Did they change or did we not ignite them? And so I am on a religious, and I apologize for getting so excited. I am on a quest right now. I didn't realize at this point in my life, I would be this fired up about taking years of work, big time stuff, and bringing it down to help employees do great things.
now I love that. Stop the stupid. A number of years ago, I had the extreme privilege of sitting across the dinner table from Richard Branson.
Sure.
And I said, so you've fundamentally changed multiple industries. He said, what'd you do? He said, well, first of all, we listed all the things that we didn't like. And then we did the opposite. It's not that hard.
Sorry. But yeah, and you know what's crazy? I mean, this is like so mind-boggling. We did a survey of managers and asked how much time do you spend each day dealing with employee mistakes and broken systems? And the data came back and I said, guys, this can't be right. I told my guys at the Eureka Ranch, I said, check this, because before I put it in proactive problem solving, before I put it in the book, I got to know that this deal is right. They went back through the data. They said it's good. I said, can you check one more time? Because their data said the average manager wastes 3.5 hours a day. That's not a week. That's not a month. Every single day, dealing with employee mistakes and broken systems. I go, oh my God. So I go out and I start talking to people and say, oh, I think that's a low estimate for me. And interestingly, 80% of that is systems. Only 20% is employee mistakes. It's not the employees that are the problem. It's the work systems. It's how we set them up to do their work. It's the resources, the training, the communication systems. Those are the things that are getting in the way of people doing meaningful work.
Yeah. So you talk about proactively, instead of being reaction to problems, proactively actually having somebody identify the problems. So can we start there? Because, the reason people are reactionary, I think, is because they're not seeing the problem until it's really too late. How do you proactively actually identify the problem before it becomes a problem?
Well, there's two elements to this. I mean, the first thing you got to do is you got to get employees to understand, because we asked employees why they weren't doing proactive problem solving, why they weren't doing it. And 7 out of 10 of them said, it's not my job and I don't know what to do. So first we've got to declare it is your job. And we start by doing the things that are hurting you, which is the stuff near you, to get you to believe that you can make a difference. And then we get them to move. And then once you build their momentum, because, once they start doing it, then amazing things start to happen with it. And managers and employees, we tell them the way it starts, the whole process starts, is you identify what and why. You identify what is the problem. What's the thing that's frustrating you? What's the thing if you ask them what's frustrating, it's so easy. I mean, the lists are there. And they're not huge things to make a difference, but when you solve those problems, like there was a lady in one company we worked with, she said, my back hurts. I said, what do you mean your back hurts? She says, well, we build these machines and we have to lift them and put them into boxes. And there's 3 of us and we're not very big and my back hurts at the end of the day as we load them in. That's okay. Her manager says, what do we do about this? He said, I don't know. They started to talk and they connected. And sure enough, they found that they could, instead of building the box and putting the unit in, they could take the machine, roll it onto the cardboard and build the box around the machine. So just reverse the order. And suddenly her back didn't hurt. So now she's brought that up, said what the problem was, why it was important, because it hurt them. And then we fixed it. And then she went on to another one and another one. And then the team starts believing they can make a difference. And that what and why, as it turns out, has a pedigree to the big Eureka inventing that the ranch does. Because it actually comes from the military, from something called the commander's intent. In the military, the leaders tell the troops what the mission's to accomplish and why it matters. Because when you know the why it matters, that gives you more motivation to do it, as opposed to just do this. Don't ask any questions, just do it. When I know why, you've opened me up to not just do the task, but to think. When you don't tell me why, you don't want me to think. You just want me to do it. And if you find out halfway through it's stupid, you keep going. When you know why, you say, hey, wait a minute, I've learned something. This isn't solving the problem that we need, or this is going to cause other problems for us.
So what I hear you saying is that go to the employees, have them discuss what their problems are and come up with the solutions for the problems. And then you build the system around that.
Yeah, so you fix the system, fix the broken systems that the employees have. Start from the bottom. Okay. Build a strong organization, starts from the front line. Get those folks engaged, solving the problems that are frustrating them. As they get confidence, then you train the managers, and the managers start putting out projects. We call them blue cards that define the what and the why and a scope. And the employees have had wins and seen benefits to them. I mean, tell them we need this so that the owner can make a lot more money. Nobody cares. But make it so their back doesn't hurt. Make it so that they can get more satisfaction. Now you want to change an organization or not, okay? If you want to change an organization, you got to change the people first, and you start to build from there. And as they build confidence, suddenly they take on. This is the thing that drives me crazy. I do strategic planning with companies. They put together plans and they put together vision. And then they take the plan that they want and they make it smaller and smaller and smaller. I said, what are you doing? They said, well, our people can't do that. So I said, now you've subverted it down. This big idea is now something not worth doing because that's all your employees can do. Well, I got to tell you, your problem is your freaking people. Fix your culture, fix your people. And just even saying culture change, the BS meter goes off. Everybody listening to this saying, yeah, right. You're going to, I'm telling you, I've seen it. I've got a distillery. Now it was easier because I took people in who were, I'm sorry. I took people in, and the only way you worked for us is if you worked on systems and you took responsibility. So we set them up from the beginning. We trained them in the beginning, and that's how they started their job, and they didn't know anything else. We took young people, and they're amazing. And just me saying, young people today are amazing. There's a whole lot of people saying, yeah, right, I got droids. You're right. When you give them what and why, and you enable and empower them, they're amazing. And if you don't, they're the worst puke heads on earth. Because back at Procter & Gamble, they would tell me to do something. I'd stay there at 8 o'clock. I didn't know why I was doing it because we just did it. Today, you try to do that, they'll say, the hell with you. Now, who's the idiot? Me? For sitting there until 8 o'clock, just married to this incredible woman and not going home because I just do what I'm told? Or the ones today who say, I don't get it.
Yeah, good point. I've long been a believer that if you give people want more responsibility, they want to do more. They want to grow in their jobs. And really what happens is I think a lot of times the leaders just don't trust them and don't let them do it. And I love this idea that you're going to the employees and saying, look, what I'm hearing is what's not working for you, right? The woman's back hurt. It wasn't working for her. It's not what's not working for the organization, but what is your problem?
But that's where you start, because that's where you get their engagement. And then you can start to work on the bigger things. But you've got to start with that stuff that gets them engaged. And we actually, it was, I'm prone to, like Ben Franklin, use weird spelling and capitalization. And Tom Peters and Ben Franklin both did that same thing. And I do it as well. So it's proactive with all caps on both the training program and the book. Proactive problem solving, because what you want to get is them driving, them looking, the people close to the work. No, when you're working on a big new product, go to the people close to the work. They will problem solve and figure it out if you've got them engaged. And it's getting their engagement that's the key. So we start with those things. I guarantee you, I will transform your culture. You put people through the training, they will be transformed. In fact, the bigger problem is you got to keep the managers on it, because once the employees get lit, you better be ready to manage proactive people, because if you don't, they're going to quit. They're going to quit, and they're going to go to a place where they can, because once they find that they can have joy in work, because that's what people want. They want joy in work. And I mean, the real purpose of proactive problem solving is joy in work. That's it. That's it. And when they have joy in work, everybody else, everything else works. The owner makes money, everybody's happy. Try to make money and you'll fail. And light up your people to truly become proactive problem solvers, and you got it.
All right. So what do you do to actually get them thinking about that? So you got them, so you started with that first step, you've got them engaged, you've got them, they've solved some problems, but what's that next step to get them into that proactive problem solving and looking for those problems?
So the principle we have is sphere of influence, and it actually came from Kevin Cahill, who is Dr. Deming's grandson, who runs the Deming Institute. And he says, everybody has a sphere of influence where they can do things. Okay. And to your point, we don't want the inmates running the asylum. I mean, this is not about letting them go crazy and do that. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is start with the sphere of influence. So say you've got a work team and they've got frustrations like the lady with the back, or I've got multiples of those stories that I can tell you. And start with them where they've got control over that sphere of influence. Then they work on their work to improve the systems. Okay. You don't bring experts in, they do the work to do it, because you teach them how to do this. Okay. And then they change the SOP and you get approval to the new SOP and you've got a system. Then their team leader starts to work on team projects. Then that team with the next team. So the team that, say you're an IT group and you've got stuff comes in and stuff goes out. You've got customers coming in and customers going out from your IT group. Then you start to work with maybe the people coming in and you improve the systems between your work unit and the next work unit, the work unit feeding into you. Okay. And you keep doing this and expanding it until you get to the department and the division and the corporation. And so now that's how you do it. You grow it from the bottom up. The key is you've got to educate. And that's why Proactive Problem Solving, the book, was ready a year ago. We ran a pilot with people across companies, large, small, nonprofit, for-profit, and because we give a lot of scholarships to small businesses. Okay, I've always been, because we're crazy expensive, but rich people can pay it, so that's good. I like taking it from rich people, the big companies. But small businesses, we give huge scholarships to help them out on all of our work that we do, training and stuff. And we brought them together. And they said, this is spectacular. It's going to work with the employees. And if you ship this, I'll kill you. I said, that's a bit severe. I said, okay, I'm exaggerating. One of the CEOs said, he says, but if you light up my employees and you don't get my managers and my executive team bought in, you're going to cause chaos for us. So we pulled the book, we pulled Proactive Problem Solving. And instead what we did is we built a training and in the book, I explained, here's the basic thing for employees. The book itself is only 50,000 words instead of 150,000 like my other books, because I wanted it as simple and clear as possible for everybody to be approached. Not right, really simple how to. And then we have a program for the manager, and then we have a separate program for the executives. And now we light it up at the bottom. We teach the executives. Now we're going to change your culture from the top down and the bottom up, and also the middle part, which is the key part. That's where these programs usually fall apart, is the people in the middle, the managers. And so when we got the 3 tiers of training and we started to do that, then they said, this rocks. And that's when we gave the go ahead for Proactive Problem Solving to come out.
So how do you keep from allowing the whole idea of systems from taking over? I've seen this before where everybody's caught up and we're building the system. Pretty soon what you have is everybody's working on policies and procedures and nobody's actually doing any work. And they're stuck in, I have to follow the system. I can't do my thing. So how do you balance with, you've got people that you're delegating to, you want the front line to solve their problems, but at the same time you go, but here's the system. So how do you combine those two?
Well, that's why they need training. They need training because most people don't know how to work with systems. I mean, Dr. Deming
I
pioneered this
agree.
stuff, and we have gone forward. It starts with the aim of the system. The aim of 90+% of systems that put in reactively because they don't know the difference between special cause and common cause. Special cause, it's a random error that just happened. It's not going to happen again. You take that and put it in systems, you got needless bureaucracy. Common cause, you need to understand common cause, which I explain in proactive problem solving. But what you have to do is the aim of the system to control and constrain or to enable. Okay. And so the first principle is the systems I'm talking about are to enable people to do great things, to do their work, to get the junk out of the way so we can use that incredibly wonderful brain they have that we hired them for. We took a lot of time to hire them because they were going to this way, and then we don't treat them that way, is to get them engaged. And so the first part is make sure the aim of the system is as much to enable as it is to control. And then the other thing is you have to build in a culture. How many people, they're doing an ISO thing, they write a whole bunch of systems, they put them in a book and they never use them. I go into a company, they show me your SOPs and do it. First I say, they go, I've never seen one. Well, you've never seen one? And you're running this line and you haven't seen it? You go into my Rainbow Distillery, they'll bring the book right to you and do it. And they'll show it. And here's the important thing. The way I quantify the transformation, because boards and executives want to quantify it, is the number of changes in your SOP, your standard operating procedures. So it's about the second part is first is the aim, and the second is never-ending continuous improvement of the SOP. Okay? Never-ending continuous improvement. And yes, with small companies, sometimes they're not written and they're word of mouth, and we do it that way to begin, but we want to get them to written systems, written SOPs. And every time that SOP means, that means a person has made you go, I go CEO and I say, how would you like to have 3 improvements to the SOP, every couple of months by every employee? It'd be a miracle, they say. I said, that's what I'm talking about doing. And they get a sense of accomplishment that not only is their work better, but the work for others is better. And it's documented change, not random change, because we got to be prudent about how we do it for insurance purposes and everything else. And so when they have and they're looking for ways to work smarter and faster. A group that I was working with just yesterday, they had a team that was doing, they do assembly. So other vendors make parts and then they do an assembly thing. And they had work teams, and their work teams were doing an average of 5 machines. They're pretty complicated machines, 5 machines a day. That 5 machines a day went from over 6 months. It went from them, same team, making 5 machines to 10 machines to 22 machines. So I just heard yesterday, their goal for this year is 40 machines a day by that same work team. That's what we're talking about. That is the promise of Deming. That is the promise of systems. That is what proactive problem solving is about. This is not a little thing. This is not could be. Heck, I'd be just on my sailboat sailing right now. I mean, I'm in Social Security now, okay? So I'm old. And so, it's time, but this is like a cause that is because the people want to do great things. Managers want to do great things. Are you having fun as a CEO today? No. You're not. I know it because you're dealing with junk. You can't go on vacation because you got to deal with it and you worry. I'm giving you freedom through enabling your asset. As you said in the beginning, they're already there. You're paying for them. Why don't you get a full ROI out of them?
Yeah. So let me ask a today post-COVID question, which is, okay, you have a lot of businesses where you have some employees are in the office, some employees are out of the office. How do you deal with that in these systems that you're creating when they're not, when you're in the office, you have that conversation with each other. It's easy. How are you dealing with that with this hybrid work environment?
Well, and I got to tell you, my personal views on this is I hate it all, and it's very frustrating, and it drives me crazy. And I mean, I live in a historic home, and I got 80 acres here in Cincinnati, a beautiful lake and that. And so I built the Eureka Ranch and the distillery because it's like the family farm. I could just walk over to it. So I really love people in person, but I got to get over that because that's not the case.
It's not. It's not. There's just
So I can continue to whine about it,
yep.
deal with it. Now the good news is the bigger problem is me getting used to this digital stuff. It's not my first thing, but these young people, they do it without even blinking.
They do.
And I mean, the company I was with yesterday, there were people up on the screen participating in the session at the same time, and they don't think anything of it. To me, it's weird. It's weird. I don't like it personally. It's not how I like to do it, but that's the new reality. And so you use those digital systems, and these digital systems, and the Eureka Ranch has had to build. We've got a whole software platform, a PDS, Plan, Do, Study, Act, a PDA app for doing projects digitally and for managing your projects digitally. And we've got create tools that are digital, and there's a whole suite of things that when people go through the proactive problem solving training that we have built to make that easier to do. Now, I'm going to tell you, I'm not building them. I got really smart young people who are building what they need to do their stuff, because like our head of training lives in Maine, the ranch is in Cincinnati. I traveled 3 million air miles, so I'm usually all over the place, and it's actually become liberating, but I still get a little frustrated. So you can do it, but you got to commit yourself to the systems and stop whining about it.
Got it. I like that. All right. So if if you're talking to a small business and you're saying, okay, owner, CEO, here's 3 things that you ought to be doing that you could do in the next couple of weeks. What would those 3 things be?
Well, the first thing before you even begin is you have to be honest with yourself and say, do you believe in your people that you've got? Because if you don't truly believe in them, then fire them and get some new ones. Because if you don't believe, this won't work. Because they smell it. These young people are really good.
They do.
They know it when you're full of it.
Yep.
Okay. So you either care about them and truly care about them and commit yourself to changing the system. My dad worked with Dr. Deming when he first came back to the US and time, as I mentioned. And he had Alzheimer's in the end and passed. And his mind was gone, and he would sometimes recognize me, sometimes not. But whenever I said Deming, he would say, management. Management's the problem. And he would say, 94% of the problem is management, 6% is the worker, because only management can change the system. I mean, it was like it was so deep in his being that he would say this coherent statement. And it was all, I mean, you giggled because, that's how deep it was in my dad, which is part of why it's ironic that I did proactive problem solving that is so much more aligned to where my dad was versus the big innovations that I did at this point in life. But so management, you've got to now take responsibility for the system. So first you care about them and you believe you've got them. And you'll be shocked because people you think who whine a lot, oftentimes they're the ones that care. And when you enable them, you're going to be amazed. I've seen teams where somebody says, I volunteered to be the project leader on this. And people are like, oh no, he's terrible. No, it's because they care, but they don't know how to verbalize it. And so you got to put in the systems. You got to first start with what and why. How, what's the problem and why? So if you're talking to somebody, asking about something, take the time to explain what the problem is you need help with and why it matters. What and why. Then the second stage, which is actually the second stage of the proactive problem solving book, the first is identifying the problem. The second is creating ideas. To create ideas, what you've got to do is there's 3 principles, and this has been published in academic journals that we've done and in my books that I've written. There's 3 things for creating ideas. You need to get stimulus, diversity, and drive out fear. Stimulus is get them to go know more. And so challenge them if they come to you with the problem is, how could we learn more about this? How could we learn more? Second is diversity. It's an exponential kick. Who could we talk to about this? Who could we learn for? Is there another company that's doing this? So the first one, you go on the internet. I mean, it's easy now these times. Then we get this, and then now you've got the idea with the stimulus and diversity. So what can we learn? Who can we talk to? And then people will get ideas, but they'll kill them. So the last thing is to drive out fear, and you drive out fear by experimenting. And you say, how could we fail fast, fail cheap? That's the straight talk way of saying it.
Yep.
The Deming world, it's plan, do, study, act. It's a discipline cycle, not check. It's study. That's how new stuff's discovered, which I explain in the proactive problem solving book. But you say, how can we try a little experiment? And fail fast, fail cheap, run it, get a hypothesis, try a little experiment, and teach them and get this into the culture. And then having done that, the last thing is to how you accelerate it. And that's a matter of now you're going to have to get enrollment. And that's where things like the communications and how we define ideas. We have a whole system where we define, like say it's a new offering we're going to do or something we're going to do for our distribution system. We do customer, problem, promise, and proof. And we have the same format all the time so that we get clarity of what our ideas are. Because communications was one of the big things we found is people say an idea, management says no, and it's because they didn't understand it because the employee didn't do a good job explaining it.
No, I agree. I agree. So the book is Proactive Problem Solving, or my subtitle for the book would be Stop the Stupid. And I love that. I love that. Our guest has been Doug Hall on the Wealth Ability Show. Doug, where can they get more information about what you do?
So the Proactive Problem Solving, the book, as well as the workshop that we do for you, for your folks that they get certified in and your managers, go to eurekaranch.com. That's EUREKA ranch.com. It's the website. And I know there's a lot of small businesses. Don't get scared off by all the big companies. We offer ridiculous scholarships. We have a thing called Planet Eureka, Ideas for a Better World. And part of what keeps me, I mean, at one point, a big company came to buy me and they said, we're going to buy you and do this, but we're going to stop all that small business stuff you do. And I said, well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. The answer is no. They said, what do you mean it's no? I said, then you will kill my soul. Because yes, big corporations, it's wonderful to work with them, but my heart and soul is with these people. They said, but you don't make any money. I said, you have a ready grasp of the obvious. Because the fees we charge for small businesses. So if you just go to eurekaranch.com, and if you want to learn about my foolishness, if you just go to DougHall.com, I've got a blog and you can sign up for that and hear my dribble and stuff like that we put out as well.
I love it. Thanks so much, Doug, and love your passion. I love your passion for the capabilities of the workers, because I'm a huge believer in that. Long believe that I've actually launched more businesses because of employees who said, well, hey, you taught me how to run the business, so now I can go run my own business. And that's probably the thing I'm proudest of over the last 40 years, how many businesses we've launched. And that's what I'm hearing you saying is, look, when they're passionate about the business, when they're passionate about what they're doing, they will find the problems, they'll get engaged, and then they'll actually help you create the systems. And then it works from the bottom up. It's the front line. And when that happens, what we're always going to find, we're going to make way more money. I mean, if you're producing 40 machines a day instead of 5 machines a day for a team, that last I checked, that's 8 times the production, which means that it's either 8 times the money or 1/8 of the cost. Either one works. And when we do it in everything we do it in our investments, we always make way more money and pay way less tax. Join us on the next Wealth Ability Show. And if you love what Doug's doing, please go to his book, Proactive Problem Solving. Go to eurekaranch.com and follow us, and send this out to your CEO friends. Send this out to your business owner and entrepreneur friends, because man, my experience in my lifetime has been systems and people will make you or they'll break you. Thanks, everyone.
This podcast is a presentation of Rich Dad Media Network.
So the hot topic in the economy right now is tariffs. How are tariffs going to affect your business? How are they going to affect your investing? and what can you do about it? And of course, at the Wealth Ability Show, it's all about what can you do about it. And we have an expert on international finance, Josh Fair, with us today. Josh, welcome to the Wealth Ability Show.
Thanks for having me.
So Josh, if you would, give us a little of your background, because it's a pretty wide background when it comes to finance and economics.
Yeah, so I got a degree in risk management out of Florida State in '02, and ended up going into corporate risk management not far from you, right there in Phoenix. And I think I was like 24 years old, and I landed a $1 billion gold mining company. And I just brought in resources within the firm to solve their problems. Anything from movement of their gold to construction projects, to trade credit, to political risk in foreign countries. And then, you solve problems, and the CFOs of these companies would then refer me in to the next mining company. And then suddenly, within a few years, I'm handling gobs of publicly traded gold, silver, copper mining companies, including doing work for those in Arizona. I worked with Phelps Dodge, which is now Freeport McMoran. It was ASARCO. I think between those two companies, they employ a few thousand employees in Arizona alone. And so kind of fell in love with the metals space. And then in '08, during the financial crisis with real estate, I decided to kind of go out on my own and start what's now known as Scottsdale Mint. So if you kind of fast forward over the last 16 plus years, my company now actually manufactures, so it does the melting, fabrication, all the creative, the dye work. So we're striking legal tender gold and silver coins for roughly 20 foreign governments and central banks. We produce stuff for private banks that some of the other countries, they actually, like in Canada, you walk into bank branches, you can buy silver bars. And some of them have the bank's name, but my company produces it for them. We also supply wholesalers all around the world, a few hundred of them with gold and silver. We even do licensed products. So we do things for some of the big names, from I can't even say all the names because sometimes they're under other companies' brands, but think of like some of the biggest movie houses, the biggest cartoons, the biggest kids TV shows. We do a lot of that type of work. And so that goes from the investment level to the collectible gifts, all there. And then I also have a vaulting company, and that was kind of partly what moved my company from Scottsdale, Arizona, to Wyoming. I've got a vaulting company called the Wyoming Reserve, and it's essentially a fund. It's an opportunity zone fund, and we hold 90+% of our balance sheet is in gold and silver, physically audited. But we're a high security vault facility, so I'm calling you right now from it. We're also a foreign trade zone, so I know we want to talk about what's in the news, and that's tariffs. So our facility was just designated at the federal level in December. And so we're a few weeks away from what's called activation. And so we're essentially going to be a tariff-free facility for manufacturing and storage. So kind of the background of it. So I'm bringing in gold and silver. I'm working with a lot of the banks in and out. We're supplying it. I don't know everything, but because I'm dialed into a lot of different things, I have interesting perspectives on the world of finance and what's going on.
So let's start with what you're doing there, because there's been some concern, I know, of people. They're actually bringing their gold and silver back to their country because they're worried about tariffs when they bring it in. Are you saying that you're in a tariff-free zone? So even if there were a tariff, say on Chinese gold, for example, that you'd be able to bring it into the country tariff-free?
Yeah, so
that's interesting.
In other countries, they're known as free ports, and so if you look around the world, Dubai, Zurich, Geneva, Hong Kong, Singapore, they all have free ports. And so free ports are known to hold precious metals, artwork, bespoke collectibles, really expensive wine collections, Picasso paintings, all the above. The United States really hasn't needed a free port per se, because we've been a free trade economy for decades. And but things are changing. And so in theory, you're able to, these have been around since the Roman days. So as governments change how they tax goods and services and all these different things, there's always been what I would call, strategic zones for certain economic activity. And
Sure.
so we're one of those. I don't know of any other ones at this level. So in terms of we're set up to hold billions of dollars here from security, from it's beyond airport security. So you're metal profiles coming in and out, X-ray machines, armed guards, audits. The entire building, even the ceiling above me is concrete. So this is it's going to be, right now we're around 60,000 square feet. It's going to end up being closer to almost 80,000 here soon, with an art gallery and a number of other things that's coming.
So this is just basically a place people can hold it without having the tariff. But if they then were to actually use it or put in the economy, presumably there would be a tariff at that point, right?
Yeah. So think of it like, obviously, if you need a product for manufacturing, you need something right away, you're just going to have to pay the tax. But a lot of times alcohol will go to what's called a bonded warehouse. And so let's say you're importing tequila from Mexico, and it may sit in a bonded warehouse, and then the distributor is then slowly, as they move it out, as they sell it down, they're at least cash flowing, that taxes over time.
Got it.
A bonded warehouse, though, times out. So you have a limited amount of time, whereas a foreign trade zone is forever. So in theory, someone could bring in artwork or another let's say they put tariffs on gold or silver, it could come here and store here forever. Or it can be manufactured in the facility. I have a manufacturing operation here as well. And then we could ship it back out the United States and never pay a tax. A lot of people are probably going to look at going, hey, tariffs may last a while, but they're usually not forever. They're usually for a season, whether that's a few months, a few years. So you could bring something over, a bespoke collectible artwork, and it just is held here. And then maybe and if I shipped it, let's say to you down in Arizona, the tariff would be due, but you're like, you know what, let's keep it there. I'd like it maybe in a few years. Let's say tariffs go away, then I ship it to you. And
Interesting.
It's not. But to your point, jurisdiction matters. And I think what we're seeing all around the world is people are moving assets in advance of change. And so what are those changes? So you're seeing a lot of conflict within Europe, differing agreements or ideas of how to settle world conflicts. Europe is talking about creating a army of Europe. And so a lot of assets are now fleeing London. We've seen London was the Bank of England. That's where the gold was pretty much settled after World War II. And so a lot of people don't realize we've been off the gold standard since Richard Nixon, just over 50 years. And now suddenly record amount of gold has been flying back to the United States. Just insane amount of gold. And my personal take is that it's the United States. They're repatriating their gold. So, Trump, Elon Musk, they've talked about auditing Fort Knox. Is it there? Is it not? And I don't know. But what I do know is, because I'm so intimately involved in the gold industry, and I know all the transport companies, and I know how much has been transported and how hard it is for me to get gold moving. And so I'm essentially having to compete for movement. And I think that's where I was only on X, and I think I signed up for the first time just like 6 weeks ago, and it kind of blew up. I don't know if I was the first, but I might have been one of the first to talk about why is so much gold coming to the United States. And at the time, the thought process was it was tariffs alone. But we kind of look at it a little further, and I say there's other things going on. So often hard assets move before worldwide conflict. So, if you look at history, when Germany was moving into France in World War II, they had to get that gold out as a midnight move. And it's kind of a wild story. Well, it's hard to move stuff like that. So is gold being repositioned before major conflicts? Is it being repositioned before maybe there's multiple claims on these bars? And so the United States is saying, you know what? Let's bring that material to our facility or into our jurisdiction now. And we own it, and no one else can claim it. Or is the U.S. government going to utilize gold in some sort of new bond issuance? Is it going to be part of the sovereign wealth fund that Trump has announced? There's a lot of reasons we're not really sure. But what I do know is the BRICS countries have been actively acquiring gold over the last.
Yeah, if you would for a second, okay, let's I want to get to the
Yeah.
BRICS countries. I'm going to have you explain BRICS because not all of our listeners will know what BRICS is. But first, let's kind of go back to tariffs for a little bit, if we could.
Yeah.
So you said that tariffs are typically seasonal. What in your experience? So there's some question: is Trump just threatening tariffs? He's actually put some tariffs on, right? They're actually in play right now. Is it? And it's one of those things it can't be an empty threat. You have to be willing to actually impose the tariffs. What do you think is, when Trump says the most beautiful word in the English language is tariff? Why is he so enamored with tariffs?
Great question. So, and when I say seasonality, we just kind of have to look at the United States, and oftentimes, obviously, your political, like who's in leadership, right? Who's in administration. So it can obviously change based on styles. We really haven't had tariffs at this discussion level before. We've maybe we hit, people, and it's usually been the Chinese. They're dumping steel for cheap.
Right.
We've kind of protected certain industries, and a lot of people don't realize is how much tariff is against U.S. goods. So
right.
Trump is wanting to even the playing field, but he's also talking about things like wanting to lower income tax, or I think today he said, hey, what do you guys does it sound good if you make less than 150, no taxes? So the question is where are you going to get those tax revenues in? And the United States did not have income tax in the first half of its existence.
Right.
So it made a lot of its income off of tariffs. And so it might just be a different way that the United States is growing its revenue. And, if we look at, I would say part of the reason I also moved to Wyoming into this facility, and I started this process 4 years ago, and I didn't think tariffs would be coming this quickly. But if you look at, if anyone's ever read The Fourth Turning, the book, right?
Yep.
It talked about these 80-year
Yeah, we actually had the author on our show here.
Oh, I didn't know that, but that's pretty neat. So, you look at these, I would say these economic resets, right? We're hearing things about great resets, and there's different ideas as to what that may look like, but I think we can all agree that the finance industry is broken, right? The US dollar, there's
Totally.
the reserve currency, everything's broken. So we're going to have to go through some sort of transition. So during the Great Depression, they put on the Smoot-Hawley Act, which was a tariff rate at 25 to 50%. And critics would say that at the time, while it was well-intentioned that, hey, we're going to do this to reshore manufacturing, and it also may have delayed the economic recovery.
Right.
There's other people that would say, was it done on purpose? So oftentimes, you hear about, the Federal Reserve is kind of wanting to dampen down like economic activity, to move interest rates up and down. They may want to dampen certain things to allow the opportunity to do quantitative easing, quantitative tightening. So tariffs, in theory, could be a short-term kind of a pain point. And I think Trump, Elon, they've all talked about this, that we could go through a tough transition, maybe for something better. So are we going to see a Smoot-Hawley type thing? And that lasted for a few years. So where we go more to a universal tariff. So this is my personal take is he's doing the saber rattling. There's a lot of negotiation. And I'd say if you're a friendly, you might be a low tariff rate, something. Is it 2%? Is it 10%? I don't know. If you're just a medium company, maybe you're mid-tier, and let's say you're
lost in hunt for shiny traits, displaying streets call for golden waves, pockets heavy with the treasure untold, dreams spinning fast like tales of old. Cash for gold, let the metal flow, a gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold, lose the weight, find stories sold. Not used, shine left to rust, trade the glitter, leave the dust. Old memories in a golden heap, turn to dreams you can finally keep. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive, a city's voice says live and thrive. This plains whispers beneath the glow, Trade your gold, rewrite tomorrow. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold. Lose the weight, find stories sold. Now use your shine, live to rust. Trade the glitter, leave the dust. Old memories in a golden heap. Turn to dreams you can finally keep. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive. Across the currents of wealth's wild gale. In a city's heart, your fortune unfolds. Cashing old dreams for a brighter gold. Lost in a hunt for shiny trades. This plain streets call for golden waves. Pockets heavy with a treasure untold. Dreams spinning fast like tales of old. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold. Lose the way, find stories sold. Not used, shine left to rust. Trade the glitter, leave the dust. Old memories in a golden heap. Turn to dreams you can finally keep. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive. A city's voices live and thrive. There's plains whispers beneath the glow. Trade your gold, rewrite it tomorrow. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold. Lose the way, find stories sold. So let the shine weave your new tale. Across the currents of wealth's wild gale. In the city's heart, your fortune unfolds. Passional dreams for brighter gold.
Masz stare łańcuszki, leżą w szufladzie tam. Kolczyki, co błyszczały, a pierścionek sam. Nie czekaj na cuda, niech błyszczy ten dzień. Złoto w gotówkę zmieniać jest nasz cenny sen. Dzwonić teraz szybko, bo czas nie czeka już. 837, numer to klucz. 516, kofik dla 81, fatu ruch. Nasza cena najlepsza, niebieski duch. Zamień w blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W test place my zmienimy to, co masz, w gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. To gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W tej place my zmienimy to, co masz, w gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Marzenia na szali, bo życie prosi cię. Bierz telefon w rękę, zadzwoń tam gdzie chcę. Złote sekrety twoje dziś dają ci cud. Czas na ruch błyszczy niczym złoty ród. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W ten place my zmienimy to, co masz, w gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Mój blask. Mój blask. Masz stare łańcuszki leżą w szufladzie tam. Kolczyki co błyszczały, a pierścionek sam. Nie czekaj na cuda, niech błyszczy ten dzień. Złoto w gotówkę, zmieniać jest nasz cenny sen. Dzwonisz teraz szybko, bo czas nie czeka już. 847 my numer to klucz. 616 82 812 tu ruch. Nasza cena najlepsza, niebieski duch. Zamień w blasku złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Bez price, my zmienimy to, co masz, gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czują smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Zamień w blasku złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Bez price, my zmienimy to, co masz, gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czują smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Zamień blasku złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Test nights, my zmienimy to, co masz, gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Marzenia na szali, bo życie prosi cię. Bierz telefon w rękę, zadzwoń tam, gdzie chcesz. Złote sekrety twoje dziś dają ci cud. Czas na ruch błyszczy niczym złoty ród. Masz stare łańcuszki leżą w szufladzie tam. Kolczyki co błyszczały, a pierścionek sam. Nie czekaj na cuda, niech błyszczy ten dzień. Złoto w gotówkę zmieniać jest nasz cenny sen. Dzwonisz teraz szybko, bo czas nie czeka już. 837 my numer to klucz. 616 konfigura 812 tu ruch. Nasza cena najlepsza, niebieski duch. Zamień w blasku złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W ten place my zmienimy to, co masz, w gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. To gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W this place my zmienimy to, co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Marzenia na szali, bo życie prosi cię. Bierz telefon w rękę, zadzwoń tam gdzie chcę. Złote sekrety twoje dziś dają ci cud. Czas na ruch błyszczy niczym złoty ród. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W this place my zmienimy to, co masz. W gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Twój blask. Twój blask.
Money chasing too few goods. Do you think that would actually cause
Na stare łańcuszki leżą w szufladzie tam. Kolczyki, co błyszczały na pierścionach sam. Nie czekaj na cuda, niech błyszczy ten dzień. Złoto w gotówkę, zmieniać jest nasz cenny sen. Dzwonisz teraz szybko, bo czas nie czeka już. 847 my numer to klucz. 376 8 2 8 1 2 tu ruch. Nasza cena najlepsza, niebieski duch. Zamień blasku złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Test nice, my zmienimy to, co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Zamień blasku złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Test nice, my zmienimy to, co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Zamień blasku złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Test nice, my zmienimy to, co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Marzenia na szali, bo życie prosi cię. Bierz telefon w rękę, zadzwoń tam gdzie chcę. Złote sekrety twoje dziś dają ci cud. Czas na ruch, błyszczy niczym złoty ród.
I see it as there's deflationary aspects that are happening right now in the marketplace, and I would say it's the federal government, right?
Well,
Cash for gold and coins and desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money and flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one.
you don't even need
Gold bars, silver stacks. We buy it all, no turning back. Cash for gold, make it plain. Desk planes, blinging in the fast lane.
What I never hear
Cash for gold, coins and desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money and flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one. Gold bars, silver stacks. We buy it all, no turning back. Cash for gold, make it plain. Desk planes, blinging in the fast lane.
their wealth and their wealth statement. I think that's we've seen in the stock market. We're seeing
Cash for gold and coins and desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money and flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one.
And then the fact that
Gold bars, silver stacks.
if you had to guess,
We buy it all, no turning back.
federal government, the size, the
Cash for
amount,
gold, make it plain. Desk planes, bringing in the fast lane.
smaller, right? That they are just gutting it, and you know, you look at it right. And so, one, understand so they could wipe out that's 90% of the
Cash for gold and coins and desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money and flames. Call 847-376-8281. Hit that shine, we're number one.
And actually, they even talk
Gold
about
bars, silver stacks.
you might not even have
We buy it
you might
all,
just have
no
the
turning
same.
back.
We don't know.
Cash
what
for
it's gonna
gold,
look like,
make
but
it plain.
the reality
Desk
is some of
planes,
this
blinging in
inflation
the
you're seeing,
fast
like,
lane.
The airline companies are saying, "Hey, there's way less people flying." Well, guess what? All those federal things
Right.
that
We're
there's
number one.
already less going on, right? And I would also say the tariff uncertainty. If you're a business in the United States and you maybe are sourcing some out, you know, some from China, and you're like, I
Lost
don't know
in
if I
hunt for
fire
shiny
my stuff.
trays. Displaying streets call for golden waves.
So uncertain.
Pockets heavy with the treasure untold. Dreams spinning fast like tales of old.
no, that's a deflationary.
Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold. Lose the weight, find stories sold. Not used, shine left to rust. Trade the glitter, leave the dust. Old memories in a golden heap. Turn to dreams, you can find the key. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive. The city's voices live and thrive. This plains whispers beneath the glow. Trade your gold, rewrite tomorrow. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold. Lose the weight, find stories sold. Not used to shine, live to rust. Trade the glitter, leave the dust. Old memories in a golden heap. Turn to dreams, you can find the key. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive.
That would be a big one, actually.
Across the currents of wealth's wide gale. In a city's heart, your fortune unfolds. Cashing old dreams for a brighter gold.
1981. Okay, when Ronald Reagan came into a very similar situation that Trump came into with effectively stagflation, where your economy was just kind of moseying along, but you know, you
Cash for
had
gold
high
and coins
inflation
and desk planes.
so both are
We
put
make
on
it
high
rain,
interest
yeah,
rates
money
from
and
the Fed.
flames.
But at the
Call
same time, what most people don't
847-376-8281. Get that
is that
shine, we're
Reagan,
number one.
the 1981
Gold
tax
bars,
act
silver stacks.
was a
We buy
huge
it all,
stimulus
no
bill. It
turning
introduced
back.
that,
Cash Cash for gold, make it plain. Test planes blinging in the fast lane. Cash for gold, and desk planes weaving in the fast lane. Cash for gold, and desk planes weaving in the fast lane.
The Trump and Congress doesn't wait too long for the gas, because that's one of the criticisms with Holt.
Lost in a hunt for shiny trails, this plain streets call for golden waves. Pockets heavy with a treasure untold, dreams spinning fast like tales of old. Cash for gold, let the metal flow, a gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold, lose the way, find stories sold. Not used to shine, left to rust, trade the glitter, leave the dust. Old memories in a golden heap, turn to dreams you can finally keep. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive, the city's voices live and thrive. There's plains whispers beneath the glow, trade your gold, rewrite it tomorrow. Cash for gold, let the metal flow, a gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold, lose the way, find stories sold. So let the shine weave your new tale across the currents of wealth's wild gale. In the city's heart, where fortune unfolds, passional dreams for brighter gold.
And while it might be really well intentioned, I think it could also be very tragic for some if you're not.
Masz stare łańcuszki leżąc się w ladzie tam, kolczyki co błyszczały, a pierścionek sam. Nie czekaj na cuda, niech błyszczy ten dzień. Złoto w gotówkę zmieniać jest nasz cenny sen. Dzwonisz teraz szybko, bo czas nie czeka już. 837, mój numer to klucz. 976, konfigura 812 ruch. Nasza cena najlepsza, niebieski duch. Zamień w blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W test place my zmienimy to, co masz, w gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. To gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W tej place my zmienimy to, co masz, w gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Marzenia na szali, bo życie prosi cię. Bierz telefon w rękę, zadzwoń tam gdzie chcę. Złote sekrety twoje dziś dają ci cud. Czas na ruch błyszczy niczym złoty ród. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W ten place my zmienimy to, co masz, w gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Twój blask. Twój blask.
They went as far as taking boats and yachts and planes and anyone, right, all around the world. And I think the other countries, the other BRICS nations looked at
Masz
this and
stare
said,
łańcuszki leżą w szufladzie tam, kolczyki co błyszczały, a pierścionek sam. Nie czekaj na cuda, niech błyszczy ten dzień. Złoto w gotówkę, zmieniać jest nasz cenny sen. Dzwonisz teraz szybko, bo czas nie czeka już. 877 my numer to klucz. 376 8 2 8 1 2 tu ruch. Nasza cena najlepsza, niebieski duch. Zamień blasku w złoto, na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Bez price, my zmienimy to co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czują smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Zamień blasku w złoto, na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Bez price, my zmienimy to co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czują smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Zamień blasku w złoto, na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Te snipes, my zmienimy to co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Marzenia na szali, bo życie prosi cię. Bierz telefon w rękę, zadzwoń tam gdzie chcę. Złote sekrety twoje dziś dają ci cud. Czas na ruch, błyszczy niczym złoty ród.
they have strategic natural resources.
Masz gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Życie bez mgły, kasa za złoto. Sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Zmienimy to co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask.
Buy certain goods and services. So you got to have redundancy. And so this is where I would say, Trump is trying to get the United States insulated, right? And when you have places like Canada and Mexico,
Cash for gold and coins and desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money and flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one. Gold bars, silver stacks.
together, right?
We buy it all, no turning back.
Really the same thing.
Cash for gold, make it plain. Desk planes, bringing in the fast lane.
Ministers from the bank, right? He's not even
Cash for gold and coins and desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money and flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one. Gold bars, silver stacks. We buy it all, no turning back.
So what are some things
Cash for
that you
gold,
do,
make it plain. Desk planes, bringing in the fast lane.
to prepare for this? And so that we can, and you can
low debt to no debt as possible, right? Because
Cash for gold and coins and desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money and flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one. Gold bars, silver stacks. We buy it all, no turning back. Cash for gold, make it plain. Desk planes, bringing in the fast lane. number
fishy.
one.
So I mean, obviously,
Gold
I'm in
bars,
Gold's at-
silver
gold's right around
stacks.
3,000 right now.
We
so-
buy it
It's,
all, no
but
turning back.
the central banks all
Cash for gold, make it
This has
plain.
not
There's
been a
planes blinging in the
run.
fast
So it's
lane.
It's gone up, but I can tell you the retail market has been pretty quiet for about 16, 17 months. It's just starting to pick up
We're
in the
number
last
one.
like 2 weeks, but it's all been driven by central banks. So central banks have much of nothing on their balance sheet. They just print fiat.
Lost
for the country
in
they
hunt
represent,
for shiny
but then they have gold
trades.
holdings. So
Displaying
I would
streets
say
call for
historically,
golden
gold
waves.
holdings has been anywhere
Pockets
from
heavy with the
2%
treasure
all the way down to single
untold.
digits.
Dreams
And so they're
spinning
now-
fast like
we've been kinda
tales
in
of
that low
old.
end where the average is
Cash for
very, very
gold,
low.
let the metal flow.
Yeah, so
A
what they're doing
gleaming
now is
spark in life's
so
great show.
they're raising it. So
Coins jingle,
you mentioned
echoes
China,
bold.
Poland
Lose the
actually
weight,
required
find
gold
stories sold.
before, and I would say
Not
it's
used,
interesting
shine
find a lot
left
of
to
gold
rust.
Fed. I would
Trade
say
the
this
glitter,
in the event
leave
of
the dust.
gold is
Old memories in the golden heat.
now called Bob
Turn to
Green.
dreams and you can find the
That
key.
starts this summer.
The past clings hard in a coin soft jive. The city's voice says live and thrive. This plains whispers beneath the glow. Trade your gold, rewrite tomorrow. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes blow. Lose the weight, find stories sold. Not used to shine with the rust. Trade the glitter, leave the dust. Old memories in a golden heap. Turn to dreams you can find the key. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive. Across the currents of wealth's wide gale. In a city's heart, your fortune unfolds. Cashing old dreams for a brighter goal.
First of all, how can we find you? And what could we learn, to learn more from what you do and your study of hard assets in the world markets?
Yeah, so you can follow me.
Cash for
personally. I'm
gold
pretty
and
new
coins
on-
and desk
on X.
planes.
Josh
We make it
Philip
rain.
there.
Yeah, money and flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine. We're number one.
That's the company we produce.
Gold bars, silver stacks. We buy it all. No turning back. Cash for gold. Make it plain. Desk planes blinging in the fast lane. Cash for gold. And desk planes winging in the fast lane. Cash for gold. And desk planes winging in the fast lane.
So it's being sold to the market. It has some cost and tax managers liquidity. It's not a solicitation here, but I'm just filling you in on what we're doing here. But,
Lost
yeah,
in a
there's-
hunt for shiny trades. This plain streets call for golden waves. Pockets heavy with a treasure untold. Dreams spinning fast like tales of old. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold. Lose the weight, find stories sold. Not used, shine left to rust. Trade the glitter, leave the dust. Old memories in a golden heap. Turn to dreams you can finally keep. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive. The city
reality, it's worth nearly $800 billion at today's market prices. What does this actually mean for the global?
Masz stare łańcuszki leżą w szufladzie tam. Kolczyki, co błyszczały, a pierścionek sam. Nie czekaj na cuda, niech błyszczy ten dzień. Złoto w gotówkę zmieniać jest nasz cenny sen. Dzwonisz teraz szybko, bo czas nie czeka już. 837, mój numer to klucz. 976, to wygra 812 to ruch. Nasza cena najlepsza, niebieski duch. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W test place my zmienimy to, co masz. W gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. To gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W tej place my zmienimy to, co masz. W gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Marzenia na szali, bo życie prosi cię. Bierz telefon w rękę, zadzwoń tam gdzie chcę. Złote sekrety twoje dziś dają ci cud. Czas na ruch błyszczy niczym złoty ród. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W ten place my zmienimy to, co masz. W gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Mój blask. Mój blask.
You know, I found Scott Bessen's comments very...
Masz stare łańcuszki leżą w szufladzie tam. Kolczyki, co błyszczały, a pierścionek sam. Nie czekaj na cuda, niech błyszczy ten dzień. Złoto w gotówkę zmieniać jest nasz cenny sen. Dzwonisz teraz szybko, bo czas nie czeka już. 847 my numer to klucz. 976 82 812 tu ruch. Nasza cena najlepsza, niebieski duch. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Test drive, my zmienimy to, co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Test drive, my zmienimy to, co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Test nights, my zmienimy to, co masz. Gotówkę, która która rozświetli twój blask. Marzenia na szali, bo życie prosi cię. Bierz telefon w rękę, zadzwoń tam gdzie chcesz. Złote sekrety twoje dziś dają ci cud. Czas na ruch, błyszczy niczym złoty ród.
Over the last few years has chosen
Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Życie bez błyka, za złoto. Wyciąg będzie ręki. Zmienimy to, co nasz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask.
carries no default risk, no inflation risk, and no sanction risk. So yeah, I think we're beginning to see gold become center stage, and I'd love to continue to pull on that thread if you want. About what's
Cash
going
for
on
gold and coins and desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money in flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one. Gold bars, silver stacks.
Yeah, well said.
We buy it all, no turning back.
This, of course, is the mainstream.
Cash for gold, make it plain. Desk planes, bringing in the fast lane.
Whether or not you think that 1,000 plus tons of gold is there. But before we go back to the US government
Cash for gold, coins, and desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money in flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one. Gold bars, silver stacks. We buy it all, no turning back. Cash for gold, make it plain. Desk planes, bringing in the fast lane.
that didn't really benefit the people at 35. I think this
Cash
time
for
is very
gold
different.
and
This is
coins
the
and
time
desk
where you
planes.
have
We make it rain, yeah, money in flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one. Gold bars, silver stacks. We buy it all, no turning back. Cash for gold, make it plain. Desk planes, bringing in the fast lane.
About what the bricks are doing with the ability for the average person or B2B to be bricks about gold. What it is confidence in the system and if the United States wants to maintain
Cash for gold and coins and desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money in flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one.
gold and blockchain technology.
Gold
And this
bars,
goes,
silver
this
stacks.
dovetails with what
We
Zoltan
buy
was
it all,
saying
no
for
turning
years now,
back.
that we have entered into a
Cash for
system
gold,
called
make it
Bretton Woods
plain.
III,
Desk planes,
which would be a
bringing in
system
the
that would be
fast lane.
identified by accumulation of commodities and transparency. And if you look at what Elon has said recently, well,
We're number
put
one.
let's put the government spending on a blockchain. Well, how about put the gold holdings on a blockchain? And in talking to Judy Shelton about this, and
Lost
another one of
in
your
hunt for
questions
shiny
kinda asked me, I said,
traits.
Judy,
Displaying streets call for golden waves. Pockets heavy with the treasure untold. Dreams spinning fast like tails of gold. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold. Lose the weight, find stories sold. Not used, shine left to rust. Trade the glitter, leave the dust. Old memories in a golden heap. Turn to dreams if you can find the key. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive. The city's voices live and thrive. This plains whispers beneath the glow. Trade your gold, rewrite tomorrow. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold. Lose the weight, find a coin soft jive.
Of being the world reserve
Across the currents of wealth's wide gale, in the city's heart, your fortune unfolds. Cashing old dreams for brighter gold.
but that would certainly hurt all of us if we lost world reserve currency.
Yeah, Andy, you talked a little bit about Elon there for a moment. We're seeing what he's doing with the Doge Group, going in, trying to find these balances, where money's been spent, where it isn't.
Cash for
You
gold
brought up
and
Coinbase
coins
there
and
for a
dust
second.
planes.
Do you-
We make it
1,000
rain,
plus tons
yeah,
of
money and flames. Call
Part of me feels it's not, and part of me
847376881.
feels
Get that
that's
shine,
why
we're
they're
number
doing some
one.
of the things they're doing, and I
Gold
don't wanna-
bars, silver stacks. We
In
buy it all,
2019, I
no
started
turning
talking about
back.
the bricks when no one else
Cash
was.
for
People told
gold,
me I was
make
crazy.
it
Maybe I
plain.
was stupid just to
That's
say it,
planes
say
blinging
it
in the
out loud.
fast lane.
$50
Cash for gold, and desk planes, swinging in the fast lane. Cash for gold, and desk planes, swinging in the fast lane.
Answers that question through the back door. It doesn't inspire confidence that we haven't audited it. And when guys like Ron Paul advocated for it, he was shot down.
Lost in a hunt for shiny trains, this plain streets call for golden waves. Pockets heavy with a treasure untold, dreams spinning fast like tales of old. Cash for gold, let the metal flow, a gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold, lose the way, find stories sold. Not used, shine left to rust, trade the glitter, leave the dust. Old memories in a golden heap, turn to dreams you can finally keep. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive. The city's voices live and thrive. Death planes whispers beneath the glow. Trade your gold, rewrite it tomorrow. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold. Lose the way, find stories sold. So let the shine weave your new tale across the currents of wealth's wild gale. In the city's heart, your fortune unfolds, cashing on dreams for brighter gold.
That just didn't make any sense to me. They paid a $920 million fine, the largest fine ever handed out by the Justice Department.
Masz stare łańcuszki, leżą w szufladzie tam.
Slap on the wrist, you walk away 80 million up and
Kolczyki, co błyszczały, a pierścionek sam. Nie czekaj na cuda, niech błyszczy ten dzień. Złoto w gotówkę zmieniać jest nasz cenny sen. Dzwonisz teraz szybko, bo czas nie czeka już. 837, numer to klucz. 976, to wygra 81, fatu ruch. Nasza cena najlepsza, niebieski duch. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W test place my zmienimy to, co masz, w gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. To gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W tej place my zmienimy to, co masz, w gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Marzenia na szali, bo życie prosi cię. Bierz telefon w rękę, zadzwoń tam gdzie chcę. Złote sekrety twoje dziś dają ci cud. Czas na ruch błyszczy niczym złoty ród. Zawiń blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W ten place my zmienimy to co masz w gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Mój blask. Mój blask.
All of this stuff happening, JP controlling GLD and SLV. I mean, under the guise of tariffs. Now,
Masz stare łańcuszki leżą w szufladzie tam. Kolczyki co błyszczały na pierścionach sam. Nie czekaj na cuda, niech błyszczy ten dzień. Złoto w gotówkę, zmieniać jest nasz cenny sen. Dzwonisz teraz szybko, bo czas nie czeka już. 847 my numer to klucz. 376 82 812 tu ruch. Nasza cena najlepsza, niebieski duch. Zamień blasku złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to zmysł na wyciągnięcie ręki. Bez place, my zmienimy to co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Zamień blasku złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to zmysł na wyciągnięcie ręki. Bez place, my zmienimy to co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Zamień blasku złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. This place, my zmienimy to co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Marzenia na szali, bo życie prosi cię. Bierz telefon w rękę, zadzwoń tam gdzie chcesz. Złote sekrety twoje dziś dają ci cud. Czas na ruch, błyszczy niczym złoty ród.
inflate the dollar.
Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Życie bez mgły, kasa za złoto, zmysł na wyciągnięcie ręki. Zmienimy to co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask.
We will pay $140,000 to any sovereign nation who wishes to deliver their gold to the New York Fed or to Fort Knox, and we'll pay it. Now, I'm not saying they're going to, but if
Cash for
they did,
gold and coins and just planes. We make it rain, yeah, money and flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one.
on your show before he
Gold
says,
bars, silver stacks.
around is his number.
We buy it all, no turning back.
That means you just gave
Cash for gold, make it plain. Just planes blinging in the fast lane.
work its way out of this debt burden to inspire confidence and peg it.
Cash for gold and coins and just planes. We make it rain, yeah, money and flames. Call 847-376-8281. turning back.
She told me she
Cash for
believed
gold, make it plain. Best planes blinging in the fast lane.
more or less agreed that gold would be revalued to a much higher level. Look at all the facts, Jeremy, and I mean,
Cash for gold and coins and desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money and flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one. Gold bar, silver stacks. We buy it all, no turning back. Cash for gold, make it plain. Best planes blinging in the fast lane.
For these naked contracts that need to have gold back. So they're
Cash for gold and coins, desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money and flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one. Gold bar, silver stacks. We buy it all, no turning back. Cash for gold, make it plain. Best planes blinging in the fast lane.
As it progresses.
Yeah, they're starting to front run it, and they have been, as to your point, a very long time. And
We're
let's
number
go back
one.
here for a moment because we touched about it just briefly, but you were obviously seeing these countries rush to repatriate their gold. That is on top of massive.
Lost in hunt for shiny trades. Displayed streets call for golden waves. Pockets heavy with the treasure untold. Dreams spinning fast like tales of old. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold. Lose the weight, find stories sold. Not used, shine left to rust. Trade the glitter, leave the dust. Old memories in a golden heap. Turn to dreams that you can finally keep. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive. The city's voices live and thrive. Just plains whispers beneath the glow. Trade your gold, rewrite tomorrow. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold. Lose the weight, find stories sold. Not used to shine, live to rust. Trade the glitter, leave the dust. Old memories in a golden heap. Turn to dreams you can finally keep. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive. Across the currents of wealth's wide gale. In a city's heart, your fortune unfolds. Cashing old dreams for brighter gold.
When you look at what these banks did in 2017, all bringing back their gold, 2018, those same banks that I mentioned, Hungary, Turkey, Poland, Czech, Dutch, Austria.
Cash for gold and coins in desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money and flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one. Gold bar, silver stacks. We buy it all, no turning back. Cash for gold, make it plain. Desk planes blinging in the fast lane. Cash for gold and desk planes leaning in the fast lane. Cash for gold and desk planes leaning in the fast lane.
Weeks wasn't what I signed up for. Basically, everyone is rushing to get their stuff. It's as if there is an acceleration.
Lost in a hunt for shiny trades. This plain streets call for golden waves. Pockets heavy with a treasure untold. Dreams spinning fast like tales of old. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold. Lose the weight, find stories sold. Not used, shine left to rust. Trade the glitter, leave the turn to dreams you can finally keep. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive. The city's voices live and thrive. There's planes, whispers beneath the glow. Trade your gold, rewrite it tomorrow. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold. Lose the way, find stories sold. So let the shine weave your new tale across the currents of wealth's wild gale. In the city's heart, your fortune unfolds. Cashing all dreams for brighter gold.
They buy gold that's sludge or concentrate that's not 999 pure, that being the PBOC. They don't need to report that. If a proxy bank or a sovereign wealth fund does
Tequila
it,
from
they
Mexico,
don't need to
and
report it. And it's not just China. Saudi Arabia got busted too. No, we didn't buy any. Really, what's the import-export number saying here? You did. Sorry, we must have made a mistake. We're seeing it everywhere, and it's to the same degree. Why hasn't the U.S. shown how much gold we have? If we know that ultimately we're going to move towards some sort of revaluation or revision in the price of gold, which is held in the gold revaluation account, you can't make it up. It would do no one any service to tell the world how aggressively they are accumulating gold. So to me, it's not just a massive accumulation, it's repatriation. To your point, that is vital to understanding.
Dzwoń 847 376 8281 zrób ten deal, to jest plan. Złote sztabki, srebrna moc. Kupujemy wszystko dzień i noc. Kasa za złoto, nie czekaj, graj. Bezplejne świeci błysk i haj. Kasa za złoto i monety bezplejne. Płonie hajs, to nie sen. Dzwoń 847 376 8281 zrób ten deal, to jest plan. Złote sztabki, srebrna moc. Kupujemy wszystko dzień i noc. Kasa za złoto, nie czekaj, graj. Bezplejne świeci błysk i haj.
So-called kind of crunches happening now is the paper gold system breaking down. I mean, banks use derivatives to suppress gold prices for decades, but is this finally starting to unravel?
That's what it looks like. I mean, let's talk the LBMA for a moment. I mentioned they're a T+1 settlement, and now they're T+8 weeks. That's not right. But let's just look at silver. It's easiest to understand. The LBMA has 800 million ounces in their vaults, all of which they tell us that the ETF, like SLP, has 500 of those 800 million ounces. So that leaves 300 million ounces available all for the float. The float is 300 million. Now the LBMA will tell you that they trade 290 million ounces per day, every day, the entire float, every day. However, they also will tell you that those numbers are at least 10 times undervalued because they underreported, because they only report the final settlement numbers at the end of the day. Now,
Złote sztabki, srebrna moc.
so if they're 10 times
Kupujemy wszystko.
that means they're trading 2.9
Kyoto do przodu, głośno mówimy wszyscy narodu. Propolski słychać dziś wołanie, w sercach nadzieja na odmianę. Karol Nawrocki, na prezydent.
Contracts are paper, naked paper, nothing standing behind it. On COMEX, silver is rehypothecated and gold rehypothecated, meaning everyone.
Złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W this place my zmienimy to, co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Mój blask. Mój blask.
One of the covers or one of the stories that I don't particularly believe that's just it. We are seeing deliveries. To give you an example of what I mean by deliveries, like I
Masz
said,
stare łańcuszki leżą w szufladzie tam. Kolczyki, co błyszczały, a pierścionek sam. Nie czekaj na cuda, niech błyszczy ten dzień. Złoto w gotówkę, zmieniać jest nasz cenny sen. Dzwonisz teraz szybko, bo czas nie czeka już. 807 my, numer to klucz. 376 8 812 tu ruch. Nasza cena najlepsza, niebieski duch. Zamień w blasku złoto, na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Bez place, my zmienimy to, co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Zamień w blasku złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Bez place, my zmienimy to, co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Zamień w blasku złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Bez place, my zmienimy to, co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Marzenia na szali, bo życie prosi cię. Bierz telefon w rękę, zadzwoń tam, gdzie chcesz. Złote sekrety twoje dziś dają ci cud. Czas na ruch, błyszczy niczym złoty ród.
The globe. When it comes to getting
Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Życie bez mgły, kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Zmienimy to, co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask.
several years that it's been China and the BRICS nations who have certainly gotten out to a massive head start. And maybe that's why you're seeing such enormous amounts. I mean, Trump doesn't do anything small now, does he? And maybe that's why you're seeing
Lost in a hunt for shiny trails. This plain streets call for golden waves. Pockets heavy with a treasure untold.
campaign.
Dreams spinning fast like tales of old. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold. Lose the way to find stories told. Not used, shine left to rust. Trade the glitter, leave the dust. Old memories in a golden heap. Turn to dreams you can finally keep. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive. The city's voices live and thrive. There's plains whispers beneath the glow. Trade your gold, rewrite it tomorrow. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A green
McLeod, one of the smartest dudes I've ever met, 2 years ago said they have 38,000 metric tons, 20 by the state and 18 by the people. Probably a whole hell of a lot more now. So China's way out
Lost
in front.
in
but
hunt
it
for shiny
seems,
traits,
if I'm
displaying
seeing
streets
correctly,
call
that
for golden
moves are being made,
waves.
if you will, Jeremy,
Pockets
to
heavy with the treasure
back half
untold.
by the United
Dreams
States.
spinning
And let's
fast
stay on the
like
East here for a
tales of
second too,
old.
because obviously we've been talking
Cash for
about
gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes toll. Lose the weight, find stories sold. Not used, shine left to rust. Trade the glitter, leave the dust. Old memories in a golden heap. Turn to dreams so you can find the key. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive. The city's voice says live and thrive. Displays whispers beneath the glow. Trade your gold, rewrite tomorrow. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes boom. Lose the weight, find stories sold. Not used to shine, live to rust. Trade the glitter, leave the dust. The memories in a golden heap. Turn to dreams you can finally keep. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive. Across the currents of wealth's wide gale. In a city's heart, your fortune unfolds. Cashing old dreams for a brighter goal.
Highland United Bear Guns, you know, most of which are in the bricks. And for 4 years, they worked on developing it. And Mbridge is the cross-border payment system that's operational, and it's mostly Chinese technology. But
Cash for gold and coins and death planes. We make it rain, yeah, money and flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one. Gold bars, silver stacks. We buy it all, no turning back.
In fact, there were 2
Cash for gold, make it plain. Death planes, blinging in the fast lane.
Oil, it worked.
Cash for gold, coins and death planes. We make it rain, yeah, money and flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one. Gold bars, silver stacks. We buy it all, no turning back. Cash for gold, make it plain. Death planes, blinging in the fast lane.
Right at the meeting, basically. Has decided we can't be a part of any project.
Cash for gold and coins and death planes. We make it rain, yeah, money and flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one. Gold bars, silver stacks. We buy it all, no turning back. Cash for gold, make it plain. Death planes, blinging in the fast lane.
Distrust in the West.
Cash for gold and coins and death planes. We make it rain, yeah, money and flames. Call 847-376-8281. Hit that shine, we're number one.
I think there's a lot
Gold bars, silver stacks. We buy it all, no turning back.
As time goes on,
Cash for gold, make it plain. Death planes, blinging in the fast lane.
with the BIS, but also with, you know, the new White House administration. I think it's better for them just to
We're number
kind
one.
of fade off a little bit
See what's happening.
and let things happen.
Masz stare łańcuszki leżą w szufladzie tam. Kolczyki co błyszczały, a pierścionek sam. Nie czekaj na cuda, niech błyszczy ten dzień. Złoto w gotówkę zmieniać jest nasz cenny sen. Dzwonisz teraz szybko, bo czas nie czeka już. 837, numer to klucz. 576, konfigura 81, fatu ruch. Nasza cena najlepsza, niebieski duch. Zamiast blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W test place my zmienimy to, co masz, w gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. To gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W this place my zmienimy to, co masz, w gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Marzenia na szali, bo życie prosi cię. Bierz telefon w rękę, zadzwoń tam gdzie chcę. Złote sekrety twoje dziś dają ci cud. Czas na ruch, błyszczy niczym złoty ród. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W this place my zmienimy to, co masz, w gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Mój blask. Mój blask.
A nonpartisan group in Washington says by 2031,
Masz stare łańcuszki leżą w szufladzie tam. Kolczyki co błyszczały, a pierścionek sam. Nie czekaj na cuda, niech błyszczy ten dzień. Złoto w gotówkę zmieniać jest nasz cenny sen. Dzwonisz teraz szybko, bo czas nie czeka już. 847 my numer to klucz. 37682 81 fatu ruch. Nasza cena najlepsza, niebieski duch. Zamień w blasku złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Bez price, my zmienimy to, co masz, gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Zamień w blasku złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Bez price, my zmienimy to, co masz, gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Zamień w blasku złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Test times, my zmienimy to, co masz, gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Marzenia na szali, bo życie prosi cię. Bierz telefon w rękę, zadzwoń tam gdzie chcesz. Złote sekrety twoje dziś dają ci cud. Czas na ruch, błyszczy niczym złoty ród.
most people should. that's what the central bankers are doing right now. That's
I'm glad to get back into the gold conversation. I'll kind of wrap us up here. Where do you see the gold price at the end of the year?
Lost in a hunt for shiny trades. This plain streets call for golden waves. Pockets heavy with a treasure untold. Dreams spinning fast like tales of old. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold. Lose the weight, find stories told. Not used to shine, left to rust. Trade the glitter, leave the dust. Old memories in a golden heap. Turn to dreams you can finally keep. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive. The city's voices live and thrive. There's plains whispers beneath the glow. Trade your gold, rewrite tomorrow. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold. Lose the weight, find stories sold. So let the shine lead your new tale. Across the currents of wealth's wild gale. In the city's heart, your fortune unfolds. Cashing on dreams for brighter gold.
You know, I went to a conference in 1990 as a 20-year-old, starting this company with my father, and guy says gold's gonna go. The Dow Jones is gonna go to 10,000. He was literally booed and laughed.
Lost in hunt for shiny trades. This plain streets call for golden waves. Pockets heavy with the treasure untold. Dreams spinning fast like tales of old. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold. Lose the weight, find stories sold. Not used, shine left to rust. Trade the glitter, leave the dust. Old memories in a golden heap. Turn to dreams you can finally keep. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive. The city's voices live and thrive. This plains whispers beneath the glow. Trade your gold, rewrite tomorrow.
To the downside.
Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes bold. Lose the weight, find stories sold. Not used to shine, look to rust. Trade the glitter, leave the dust. Old memories in a golden heap. Turn to dreams you can finally keep. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive. Across the currents of wealth's wide gale. In the city's heart, your fortune unfolds. Cashing old dreams for brighter gold.
Told me that was happening, I would have said you're out of your damn mind. I'll bet you anything. Now you put it in conjunction with the biggest scramble at the upper levels by the central banks to accumulate metal and repatriate it. It's the greatest contrarian indicator I've ever seen. You ask legendary investors like Rick Wolf, Rick up to make the most money, he'd say buy.
Dzwoń 847 376 8281 zrób ten deal, to jest plan.
Złote sztabki, srebrna moc.
Playbook. Look, the retail investor.
Kupujemy wszystko dzień i noc. Kasa za złoto, nie czekaj, graj. Bezplejne świeci błysk i haj.
And when it gets to that level, they'll say, gee, you missed it? Yeah, looks like you missed it. And you can say a lot of people say the same thing about Bitcoin. You know, I'm not complaining on Bitcoin. I'm just simply saying it can run away really fast. And by the looks of it,
Za
things are
złoto
setting up
i
for that to
monety w
happen. I'm not saying
teraz.
it's
To
gonna
nie hajs, to nie sen.
everything I see would.
Dzwoń 847 376 8281 zrób ten deal, to jest plan.
Złote Złote sztabki, srebrna moc.
Gold and silver, to me, it's wealth.
Kupujemy wszystko dzień i noc. Kasa za złoto, nie czekaj, graj. Dysplejny świeci błysk i haj.
And through all of that 5,000 years later, what do we see? Well, it's now the only other tier one asset the central banks can't get a hold of it fast enough to bring it home fast enough, and they're not doing that with anything else, including Bitcoin. Do what they're doing. Don't listen to the noise. That's the best advice I could give someone, not from me, but from what the insiders are doing. And they always know the playbook, and they always position before the people figure it out. Even the people who are very, very well read on the mainstream, financial mainstream, they just most of them are reading the wrong stuff and they're being misdirected into the wrong place and allowing the central banks to pickpocket all of the available institutional sized bars up above. That'll bleed its way down here, and very quickly what is a massive overhang in supply just like that disappears. We've seen it many times, but the backdrop we see right now is 10 times anything I've ever seen.
Złote sztabki, srebrna moc.
else happens too. And to your point, I mean,
Kupujemy wszystko dzień i noc.
the whole thesis there.
Kasa za złoto, nie czekaj, graj. Dysplejny świeci błysk i haj.
Retail market not coming in is just because it's too high of an entry point. I mean, I always get asked covering these topics. They always say things like, okay, you're talking about shorting, but if demand is so high, why isn't the price moving up faster? We're up 15% year to date. It's, the middle of February. It's moving up.
And it's moved up continuously, but we have a whole generation of investors where that ain't sexy, right? You're supposed to instant gratification, not fast enough, Jeremy. I need it faster, now, yesterday. And if you don't make triple-digit gains in a period of a couple of weeks, well, that's stupid. I'll just create my own meme coin, or I'll buy a crypto, or look at Nvidia, and that has created.
Kasa za złoto, mimo metry to sprenes. To nie hajs, to nie sen.
You're a genius.
Dzwoń 847 376 82 81. Zrób ten deal, to jest plan.
Złote sztabki, srebrna moc. Kupujemy wszystko dzień i noc. Kasa za złoto, nie czekaj, graj. Dysplejny świeci błysk i haj.
Was insane. Business was, and it's still good right now, but the public is not part of it largely. And after what we lived through the last 4 years, I was very vocal. I come from nothing. My dad, his middle name is Miles, and his best friend, we lent him 60 grand to start this business in an office the size of a closet before the internet. His middle name was Franklin. We're the least likely cast of characters to have ever succeeded. I outworked people in athletics, in
Cash for gold and coins and desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money in flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one. Gold bars, silver stacks. We buy it all, no turning back. Cash for gold, make it plain. Desk planes, blinging in the fast lane. Cash for gold, coins, and desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money in flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one. Gold bars, silver stacks. We buy it all, no turning back. Cash for gold, make it plain. Desk planes, blinging in the fast lane.
Let's buy Nvidia. Bitcoin, he's the Bitcoin president. Sun Tzu, misdirect your opponent.
Cash for gold and coins and desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money in flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one. Gold bars, silver stacks. We buy it all, no turning back. Cash for gold, make it plain. plane. There's planes bringing in the fast lane.
Sure, it has outpaced every single tradition on the planet. 9.9% up about 90%.
Cash for gold and coins and desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money and flames. Call 847-376-8281. Hit that shine, we're number one.
And I think in the
Gold
end,
bars, silver stacks.
that will
We buy it all, no turning back.
mentor Richard Russell
Cash
said
for
if you
gold, make
7%
it plain. There's
here,
planes blinging in the fast
you will go
lane.
down as a legendary investor. That ain't cool anymore. That ain't sexy. But in the end, what goes
We're
around
number
comes
one.
around, and I think that what Richard said will be
Masz stare łańcuszki leżą w szufladzie tam.
historical context of markets. Things don't move like
Kolczyki co błyszczały, a pierścionek sam. Nie czekaj na cuda, niech błyszczy ten dzień. Złoto w gotówkę zmieniać jest nasz cenny sen. Dzwonisz teraz szybko, bo czas nie czeka już. 837 numer to klucz. 976 konfigura 812 tu ruch. Nasza cena najlepsza, niebieski duch. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W displays my zmienimy to, co masz. W gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. To gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W displays my zmienimy to, co masz. W gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Marzenia na szali, bo życie prosi cię. Bierz telefon w rękę, zadzwoń tam gdzie chcę. Złote sekrety twoje dziś dają ci cud. Czas na ruch, błyszczy niczym złoty lód. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W displays my zmienimy to, co masz. W gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Twój blask. Twój blask.
You've cited recent rhetoric out of the Fed. That's absolutely a key component of that. But let's face it, right? We did see this huge spike in inflation, which is not simply the effect of the unfortunate war in Ukraine, lockdowns.
Nie czekaj na cuda, niech błyszczy ten dzień. Złoto w gotówkę zmieniać jest nasz cenny sen. Dzwonisz teraz szybko, bo czas nie czeka już. 847 my numer to klucz. 97682 812 tu ruch. Nasza cena najlepsza, niebieski duch. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Bez price, my zmienimy to, co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to zmysł na wyciągnięcie ręki. Bez Kasa za złoto to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Te snipes, my zmienimy to, co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Marzenia na szali, bo życie prosi cię. Bierz telefon w rękę, zadzwoń tam, gdzie chcesz. Złote sekrety twoje dziś dają ci cud. Czas na ruch, błyszczy niczym złoty ród.
very substantial way. The central banks are far more powerless than actors on this inflation. They thought unequal was going to recover all of its losses this year, and indeed reach new highs. Now that will take
która rozświetli twój blask.
Speculations as to why the gold price did not respond positively to higher inflation this year. What's yours?
I believe, first of all, to some extent, higher inflation was priced in, but to some extent, the spike that we saw absolutely
Lost in a hunt for shiny
central
trails.
banks
This
realized
plain streets call
problematic
for
fairly
golden
early on, did
waves.
begin to
Pockets
adjust
heavy
rhetoric a bit.
with a treasure
I
untold.
think central banks
Dreams
have been
spinning
trying to
fast
build this
like
confidence
tales
and
of old.
credibility that they've still got.
Cash full of gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes gold. Like the wind finds stories sold.
As it is a gold story.
Not used, shine left to rust.
Pretty
Trade
unchanged
the
for the
glitter,
year.
there
If you look
leave
at gold in
the
euro
dust.
terms, pretty unchanged for
Old
the year.
memories
In yen terms,
in a golden
pretty
heat.
unchanged for the year.
Turn to
It's
dreams
really
you
a
can
dollar story
finally
as much as anything
keep.
else. It's as if
The
the
past
dollar
clings
is
hard in a coin soft jive. The city's voices live and thrive. There's plains whispers beneath the glow. Trade your gold, rewrite it tomorrow.
cleanest dirty shirt.
Cash full of gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes roll. Lose the way, find stories.
I know that's a controversial view.
So let the sun read your new tale. Across the currents of wealth, wild gale. In the city's heart, your fortune unfolds. Cashing on dreams for a brighter goal.
That I've heard is that the dollar has performed because of the differentiation between interest rates here domestically and abroad. The U.S. central bank has been more hawkish thus far than other central banks. The U.S. interest rate has risen faster than other interest rates abroad. And so the differentiation is higher, and therefore more capital flows into the U.S. dollar. Do you think this differentiation between interest rates is going to last? In other words, will the Fed remain the most hawkish central bank for long?
No, I don't think it
Lost
will.
in hunt
And
for
as
shiny
I did
trails.
suggest,
This
I
plain
think these
streets call for
perceptions about the
golden
relative
waves.
superiority and
Pockets heavy
flexibility
with the
of the
treasure
US economy.
untold.
First of
Dreams
all, I
spinning
believe they're
fast
already
like
basically
tales
priced
of
in, and I
old.
also think they're simply
Cash for
overblown.
gold,
That
let
is,
the
let's
metal
keep in
flow.
mind, the US
A
has gone through
gleaming
tremendous
spark
structural
in life's
changes over
great
the past
show.
couple of decades.
Coins jingle,
It's got a far
echoes
higher average
gold.
tax rate
Lose
than
the
it used
way,
to have.
find
It's got far
stories
higher
sold.
household, corporate, and
Not
public sector
used,
debt
shine
to
left to
GDP
us.
than it used to have.
Trade the
It's got
glitter,
far more
leave the
expensive
dust.
and difficult
Old
regulatory
memories in
burden
the
to
golden
comply with
heat.
than it used to
Turn to
have.
dreams
This
you can
would deal
finally
the US
keep.
fundamentally
The
a more
past
flexible,
clings hard in a
dynamic
coin
economy
soft jive.
than
The
others
city's
around the world.
voices
It's
live and
it's
thrive.
increasingly hard
This
to
plains
make that
whispers
case today.
beneath the
And I
glow.
believe that
Trade your
will
gold,
begin to show
rewrite
up,
tomorrow.
in the data that the
Cash
US
for
economy
gold,
is
let the
unable
metal flow.
to
A
collapse
gleaming spark
with
in
strength
life's great
if
show.
interest rates continue to rise.
Coins jingle,
and the Fed go blank
echoes
sooner than
boom.
most people believe.
Lose the way, find stories sold. Not used to shine, look to rust. Trade the glitter, leave the dust. Old memories in a golden heap. Turn to dreams you can finally keep. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive.
First of all, do you think they'll follow
Across
through
the
that
currents
second
of wealth's wild gale. In the city's heart, your fortune unfolds.
pivot potentially
Cashing
stop
old
raising interest
dreams
rates,
for
maybe
a
even
brighter
raise rates?
goal.
I've heard that position before from some people.
I think the Fed is good for one more sizable rate increase. And I believe they're going to follow through with that because it is a credibility restoration exercise. I believe they want to build that credibility.
Dzwoń 847 376 8281 zrób ten deal, to jest plan.
Złote sztabki, srebrna noc. Kupujemy wszystko dzień i noc. Kasa za złoto, nie czekaj, graj. Bezplejne świeci błysk i haj. Złote sztabki, srebrna moc. Kupujemy wszystko dzień i noc. Kasa za złoto, nie czekaj, graj. Bezplejny świeci błysk i haj.
A 1 to 2 year time horizon. That's where I think they're going to end up. That will weaken the dollar, that will strengthen the gold price, and start kicking off, the general sort of picture that I have going forward.
We will come back to the gold price outlook towards the end of the interview, so watch and stay tuned for that. Let's talk about the future of the dollar. And offline, you were telling me about the bifurcation of the global monetary system and the end of the golden age of a unipolar world in terms of the dollar hegemony and the beginning of what is possibly a multipolar monetary system. So I'm just going to read a paragraph from an article written by my colleague at Kipling News, Anna Golubova. The headline is Putin's BRICS new currency could benefit gold and Bitcoin, says analysts. Earlier this summer, Russian President Vladimir Putin said that Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa are developing a new basket-based reserve currency. He says the issue of creating an international reserve currency based on a
Kupujemy wszystko dzień i noc.
worked out, Putin said at a
Kasa
BRICS
za
business at the end
złoto,
of June.
nie czekaj, graj. Bezplejne świeci błysk i haj.
From a broader picture, John, what is going on right now?
Well, the BRICS have not been silent about their willingness to work towards some sort of restructuring of the international monetary system, which is, in their view, a bit better balanced and a bit fairer for all parties. And indeed, you have had formal statements made in BRICS summits going back over a decade to the effect of saying explicitly that they thought the way the current system worked, with the dollar at the center, of course, did not really serve their best interests nor the best interests of the world more generally. So this has been a rhetorical talking point for an awfully long time. But if you look where we now are with the, let's face
Dzwoń
it,
847 376 8281 zrób ten deal, to jest plan.
Złote sztabki, srebrna moc.
BRICS are moving perhaps from rhetoric
Kupujemy wszystko dzień i noc. Kasa za złoto, nie czekaj, graj. Bezplejny świeci błysk i haj.
The BRICS as a whole a substantially larger portion of the global economy than the United States. It's roughly double. And if they decide to somehow come up with a way to trade bilaterally and to use each other's currencies as reserves, or to create a basket of their own currencies and use that as reserves, and then to create their own sort of IMF to manage it, as it were. Look, I'm not saying that's easy. I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow. And I'm not even saying if they try.
Cash for gold and coins and desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money is flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one. Gold bars, silver stacks. We buy it all, no turning back.
Long-term secular basis,
Cash for gold, make it plain, desk planes, blinging in the fast lane.
Even more catastrophically, an explosion or an implosion of the dollar domestically, and that could be very bad. Because you have to remember that currently, the majority of global trade, or a large percentage of it, is still done in U.S. dollars. But quote a figure,
Cash for
from the
gold,
European
coins,
Central
and
Bank
desk
paper dated
planes.
July
We make it rain, yeah, money in flames. Call 847 737368281. Get that shine, we're number one.
Of international
Gold
transactions
bar,
today
silver
are
stacks.
invoiced in dollars.
We buy it
Now,
all,
this
no
is very
turning
high.
back.
I read other reports that it could
Cash
be
for
high
gold,
as
make
65.
it plain, that's
Depending on
planes
sources,
bringing
it
in
could
the
be.
fast
And
lane.
apparently, the U.S. dollar is a very important currency in global trade. So I don't think it's going away anytime soon. So let's talk about how this may change.
Relatively unbalanced monetary system or unipolar
Cash for
monetary
gold
system,
and coins and desk planes.
which has
We make it
prevailed
rain,
post
yeah, money in flames. Call
notwithstanding
847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one.
That is
Gold
a
bar,
soundbite,
silver
and I don't
stacks.
believe it's compatible
We buy it
with
all,
a
no
general shift
turning
of
back.
economic and to that
Cash for
that matter,
gold,
other
make it
forms
plain,
of
there's
power
planes bringing
around
in the
world
fast
towards a more
lane.
multipolar structure. And indeed, if you look at history, my books and a lot of history, if you look at history, the monetary systems may be normal. Reserve currency-based systems around a single currency may be normal. But historically,
Cash for gold and coins and desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money in flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number
and
one.
or silver. That is
Gold bar, silver
fundamentally
stacks.
different from a currency
We buy it
issued by a
all,
central
no
bank
turning
without
back.
any restraint or
Cash for
constraint,
gold, make it plain, there's
imposed
planes
by
bringing in the fast lane.
structure of the international monetary system. Nature restricts the a gold standard type system,
We're
even if there's a
number one.
single issuer of the dominant coinage. Mother Nature does that because she determines how
Masz stare łańcuszki leżą w szufladzie tam.
no natural constraint on money creation.
Kolczyki co błyszczały, a pierścionek sam.
Yes, the monetary hegemon imposed its
Nie
monetary
czekaj na cuda, niech błyszczy ten dzień. Złoto w gotówkę zmieniać jest nasz cenny sen. Dzwonisz teraz szybko, bo czas nie czeka już. 837, my numer to klucz. 976 to wygra 812 to ruch. Nasza cena najlepsza, niebieski duch. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W test place my zmienimy to, co masz. W gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. To gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W this place my zmienimy to, co masz. W gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Twój blask.
This multipolar
Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby w kryjówce są winne, czując smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Marzenia na szali, bo życie prosi cię. Bierz telefon w rękę, zadzwoń tam gdzie chcę. Złote sekrety twoje dziś dają ci cud. Czas na ruch, błyszczy niczym złoty lód. Zamień blasku, złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto, sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. W this place my zmienimy to, co masz. W gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Mój blask. Mój blask.
But ultimately, it's economic, and in my opinion, it's just not realistic for the United States to rely on purely monetary dominance to somehow reverse what has been actually, at this point, nearly a 70-year trend of a gradual erosion of economic power on the United States.
Zmieniać jest nasz cenny sen. Wolisz teraz szybko, bo czas nie czeka już. 847 my numer to klucz. 976 82 812 tu ruch. Nasz jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby kryją w sezon winny, czują smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Zamień blasku złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Bez granic, my zmienimy to, co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Nie czekaj na jutro, zrób to dzisiaj już. Twoje skarby kryją są winne, czują smutek dusz. Życie może błyszczeć jak diament, co znasz. Twoje złoto to początek naszych nowych spraw. Zamień blasku złoto na życie bez mgły. Kasa za złoto to sny są na wyciągnięcie ręki. Bez granic, my zmienimy to, co masz. Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask. Marzenia na szali, bo życie prosi cię. Bierz telefon w rękę, zadzwoń tam gdzie chcesz. Złote sekrety twoje dziś dają ci cud. Czas na ruch, błyszczy niczym złoty róg.
monetary terms, the blonde represents the printing press. Who doesn't just want to print their own money? Who doesn't just want to value their currency from their fancy advantage? Everyone does. And if everyone does it, no one benefits. Whereas in the streets,
Gotówkę, która rozświetli twój blask.
I'm not discounting the Nash equilibrium, which also has a Nobel Prize for economics, but my friends and I discovered this theory a long time ago, even before we watched that movie.
Lost in a hunt for shiny trails. This plain streets call for golden waves. Pockets heavy with a treasure untold. Dreams spinning fast like tales of old. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes gold. Lose the way, find stories. Not used, shine left to us. Trade the glitter, leave the dust. Old memories in a golden heap. Turn to dreams you can finally keep. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive. The city's voices live and thrive. Death's plains whispers beneath the glow. Trade your gold, rewrite it tomorrow. Cash for gold, let the metal flow. A gleaming spark in life's great show. Coins jingle, echoes gold. Lose the way, find stories. So let the shine lead your new tale. Across the currents of wealth's wild gale. In the city's heart, your fortune unfolds. Cashing on dreams for brighter gold.
You did write the book with no single cryptonic in a position to dominate the others. It is far more logical for them to move towards an objective currency that can be trusted and accepted by all. A gold-backed currency of some sort would be ideally suited for that. Okay, so let's talk about some of the assumptions behind that paragraph. So first, why do you think gold is still currently in today's environment
Lost
a
in
trusted
hunt
source
for shiny
by all
trails.
parties?
Displaying
It was in the
streets call
past.
for
Is it
golden
still going to be
waves.
trusted in the
Pockets
same
heavy
degree
with the
now?
treasure untold.
I believe
Dreams
it is, and
spinning
it goes
fast
back to
like
what I mentioned
tales of
very early
old.
on. The fact is,
Cash for
nobody
gold, let the metal
nobody
flow.
can create
A
gold.
gleaming
You
spark
only can
in life's great
gold
show.
either by exporting or
Coins jingle,
and then
echoes
of course you
bold.
accumulate gold.
Lose the
Or of
weight,
course you
find
find a way to dig more out of the
stories
ground, but that's expensive,
Not
it takes time and
used,
money,
shine
and
left
you only
to
do it
us.
when the price of gold
Trade the
is sufficiently
glitter,
high
leave the
to make that
dust.
economically worthwhile.
Old memories
So the
in a
supply of
golden
gold
heap.
becomes kind of a
Turn to
self-regulating
dreams
system
you
vis-a-vis
can
the
find
demand
the
for gold.
key.
And that to me
The
is a
past
much
clings
better
hard in a
basis for
coin soft
international
jive.
trade and
The
growth,
city's
than
voices
the
live
system we
and
currently
thrive.
have, which
This
is
plains
one where
whispers
nobody can really
beneath
agree
the
or
glow.
know.
Trade
It's
your
nice
gold,
to know
rewrite
that Mother Nature
tomorrow.
determines how much gold is available.
Cash
as
for
opposed
gold,
to,
let the
you know,
metal
the country
flow.
across the
A
way
gleaming, sparking lights, great show. Coins jingle, echoes boom. Lose the way, find stories sold. I used to shine, look to us. Trade the glitter, leave the dust. Old memories in a golden heap. Turn to dreams, you can find the key. The past clings hard in a coin soft jive. Across the currents of wealth swept in. In a city's heart, your fortune unfolds. Cashing old dreams for a brighter goal.
About international trade while mitigating the potential bad things about monetary manipulation.
Let's assume, I'm not saying it will happen, but let's assume a gold standard is inevitable for many countries around the world. If that were the case, John, why would I invest in gold today? Because keep in mind, during the Bretton Woods system, the gold price was fixed.
Złote sztabki, srebrna moc. Kupujemy wszystko dzień i noc. Kasa za złoto, nie czekaj, graj. Bezplejne świeci błysk i haj.
Confiscation concern is theoretically always there. Let's discuss that in a moment and first answer your first question. The fact is that we're not going to just, no one's just going to wave a magic wand and say, "I'll get us back on the gold standard." It's not going to happen that way. It might be quite disruptive. It might be mildly disruptive depending on how it's done. But you still have to go through a transition period. The transition period will have to reprice gold which allows it to be valued vis-a-vis the global asset base and global trade volumes in a way that implies
Kupujemy wszystko dzień i noc. Kasa za złoto, nie czekaj, graj. Bezplejne świeci błysk i haj.
assets are overvalued vis-a-vis gold, and you need to rebalance the global economy such that you don't have these imbalances, which are huge, right? As a result of all the dollar accumulation as reserves through the decades of Bretton Woods. So the gold price needs to rise by an order of magnitude in order to allow that system to work. So you go through this phase transition when the price of gold has to rise by an order of magnitude. In my book, I go through some calculations what that order of magnitude would be, and indeed they're based on calculations that have been made before by other economists, including under Bretton Woods. I mean, would you believe, we take it for granted today, we think, oh gee, Bretton Woods is a stable system, it just worked, nobody questioned it. That's not true. There was lots of debate and discussion during already the 1950s, but in particular the 1960s, that the US money and credit supply was growing too quickly to be credibly backed by gold anymore and to allow Bretton Woods to
Złote
function.
sztabki, srebrna moc.
Already this dispute going on. The gold was going to have
Kupujemy
to be
wszystko dzień
revalued at
i
some
noc.
point. And indeed, gold was
Kasa
revalued
za złoto, nie czekaj, graj. Bezplejne świeci błysk i haj.
but it just wasn't enough. It didn't properly rebalance international trade, and it all blew up in the end when the U.S. basically lost patience with the rest of the world. So, that's how it happened then. But back then, the world was still very unipolar in political, economic, and military terms. It's far less so today. So I think today, the revaluation that gold would have to go through to imply a stable international monetary equilibrium is huge. And by implication, according to my calculations, you're talking something in the region of about $50,000 per ounce being a reasonable market clearing price for gold if you fully go back to a gold-backed international monetary system.
847 376 8281 zrób ten deal, to jest plan.
Złote sztabki, srebrna moc.
I've got to ask you,
Kupujemy wszystko dzień i noc. Kasa za złoto, nie czekaj, graj. Bezplejne świeci błysk i haj.
In fact, it has a cap supply. Gold has limited supply. It doesn't have a theoretical cap, but Bitcoin has a hard cap. It can't be printed by the government. It's outside of government control. It shares many similar properties as gold. So Bitcoin replaced gold as a standard of currency.
Look, I regard Bitcoin as a fascinating monetary experiment, and there's really much to admire about that. I've been watching it from very early days, and I've truly been fascinated by it, and I truly respect the effort behind it and the effort to
Cash for
develop an
gold and
ecosystem
coins
around
and
it.
desk
But as
planes.
that development has
We
taken
make it
place, it's
rain,
been
yeah,
evident to
money
me
and flames.
that
Call
Bitcoin,
847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're
less
number one.
efficient than
Gold
is
bars,
generally
silver
assumed
stacks.
as a
We buy it all,
monetary base.
no
Now, I
turning
stress
back.
the word base. I'll elaborate on that in a
Cash for
moment.
gold, make it
Basically,
plain,
the
desk
issue
planes,
here
bringing in
is
the fast
that
lane.
information theory, which was pioneered by Claude Shannon and others way back in the 1940s, and is the basis today of how internet protocols work with respect to sending bits of information around, and all computer storage, zeros and ones, basically.
Cash for gold, coins, and desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money and flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're number one. Gold bar, silver stacks. We buy it all, no turning back.
Energy efficient.
Cash
to
for
allow
gold, make it plain,
information
desk planes,
transmission
swinging in the fast lane.
scale. It's just not efficient enough. It consumes way too many BTUs, as it were. Now, if we're trying to solve that problem and make it more efficient, layering on top, stacking on top of it, things like the Lightning Network, say, and these sorts of protocols and everything else. Well, that sounds nice on paper, but
Cash
understand
for
that
gold
undermines
and
the
coins
original
and desk
selling points
planes.
of Bitcoin.
We make it
was that it was
rain,
fully
yeah, money and
decentralized.
flames. Call
If it's fully decentralized, it's too inefficient. So, okay, centralize
847-376-8281.
it, but
Get
then
that
you're
shine,
creating points
we're
of
number
failure.
one.
You're creating points of potential
Gold bars,
regulation
silver stacks.
and interference.
We
and
buy
potential
it
points of
all,
fraud.
no turning back.
So a lot of the
Cash for
benefits of
gold,
Bitcoin
make
are
it plain,
lost
desk
at
planes,
times
bringing in the fast
its
lane.
energy and efficiency. Now, why does that make gold so valuable? Well, the monetary layer, gold requires zero energy to maintain because Mother Nature's created it. It's not reactive. It has essentially zero
Cash for
entropy.
gold and coins, desk planes. We make it rain, yeah, money and flames. Call 847-376-8281. Get that shine, we're
And so
number
as a
one.
monetary base, gold
Gold
is
bars, silver
superior.
stacks.
And therefore, if gold's
We
a
buy
superior
it
base,
all, no
that's what
turning
you want to
back.
stack on top of. Go ahead
Cash
and
for
take
gold,
the
make
technology
it
like
plain, desk
Bitcoin,
planes,
back it
bringing
with
in the
gold,
fast
and build your
lane.
monetary system on that. Hey, more power to you. I think it would be a great idea. But to have Bitcoin
We're number
itself
one.
be the monetary base, hugely inefficient, I don't think that could
Masz
possibly work.
stare
People realize
łańcuszki
it would
leżą
become
w
so
szufladzie
expensive
tam.
and
I think you were referring to the blockchain part.
Kolczyki co błyszczały, a pierścionek sam.
All three properties, scalability, decentralization, and security at the same time. And that's true. So yes, you're right. We can always something to solve the problem. So John, you're advocating for maybe a gold standard that is digitized would be the ideal hybrid system.
Absolutely. Look, I'm a huge fan of technology. Technology is behind all human progress, okay? I'm not going to sit here and say that we should go back to the coinage of the 19th century. Absolutely not. But why not take advantage of whatever latest, greatest information technology is out there and use that to transmit title to gold from one place to another in exchange for goods and services, or to purchase assets or whatever it is? Why not do that in the most efficient information theory way possible, which hopefully is also secure and all of that, but backed by gold to remove the entropy of that to me is the holy grail. And indeed, I'm very confident someday we'll get there.
Always
Yes.
a risk. Why is that?
Look, it is a risk, and there are examples in history of governments confiscating gold. Now, what's interesting, in more cases than not, it ends up bringing down the government. And the history of the UK is very instructive in this regard. King John tries to confiscate gold, and they send him packing in short order. Charles I does confiscate gold and loses his head. not too long thereafter. So at least in the UK, there may be a risk of it, but it tends to result in very bad outcomes.
Roosevelt did it. He didn't. Roosevelt did it. He didn't lose his head though.
No. But he didn't. He confiscated it. Yes and no.
Yes.
It was one of those. It was kind of a don't ask, don't tell confiscation.
Okay.
You could hoard it if you wanted to, and indeed, households that did hoard it ended up being, finally relieved of that burden in the 1970s, when it was made legal for U.S. households to hold again. So Roosevelt did devalue the dollar very, very substantially versus trying to relieve the deflationary pressure of the Great Depression and make the U.S. more competitive in export markets once again. So that was still a form of wealth confiscation, for sure, absolutely. One that was, arguably unconstitutional, and I personally believe it is. Was. So look, the risk is never going to go away, but I would say this: physical gold, if you do own it in your possession or have it stored in a very safe jurisdiction with strong property rights and protections for private property, if someone's going to try to seize that gold, they're going to have to give very good reasons for it. They're going to have to give evidence of criminal wrongdoing. They're going to have to give evidence of, something which will be accepted by whatever legal authority is in place in whatever jurisdiction this is taking place. That means that gold is kind of a monetary habeas corpus. You can only confiscate physical gold by actually taking physical, potentially violent action to do so if you're doing it against someone's will or another country's will, if that country, for example, provides a neutral jurisdiction to hold people's gold securely. So you have to make a very public issue out of confiscating gold, and that tends to make the government doing so look pretty bad. If you purport to be a free, open, progressive democracy, and you're behaving in a way that undermines your credibility and legitimacy, and puts people under tyranny, I argued back in the day that gold was essential to both economic and general personal.
Currencies themselves. I've heard the argument
Well, look, the way the system is currently being run, it has to happen by definition. It's the only way you can keep the banking system afloat. That's the problem we have here, right? We're in this terminal phase. We've crossed the Rubicon. We've crossed the event horizon. There is no way to keep the current system functioning without continuing to inflate. Inflation is endemic now. There's no way to come back out of this. And therefore, you either inflate to oblivion, acceptance now that one of those two has to happen. Of course, if you're if you're a policymaker, you're an economic official, and you're in charge, you prefer a reset. That's easier said than done. But all the discussion about CBDCs, something like digital currencies, forms of monetary restructuring, I believe all of that is based on concerns that we actually have to reset the system in order to not just inflate into oblivion. They won't say that that's the choice we're making, because it sounds kind of embarrassing to suggest, gee, our policies have led to this awful dilemma. But that's where we are, in my opinion.
All right, very good. John, excellent analysis. I thank you very much for your time today. I learned a lot.
Getco News. Special coverage of the Vancouver Resource Investment Conference is brought to you by First Mining Gold.
I'm Michelle McCory, and we are back at the Vancouver Resource Investment Conference, where one of the big themes has been the challenge to the dollar-dominated monetary system. And my next guest says a global monetary reset is already underway. Andy Schechtman is the president and owner of Miles Franklin Precious Metals. He has 3 decades of experience in the precious metal sector and is a very
Caught on camera this morning on southbound I-35W near Portland Avenue in Minneapolis.
Dash cam video out of upstate New York where a crash caused a massive pileup. You can see a truck plowed through a line of cars. One of those cars actually caught fire after slap.
Perhaps not coincidentally, we've also seen central banks buying gold at record rates. Now, you say all of these are just data points that if you connect them together, you see a narrative that points towards a global monetary reset. And it all started in 2017 when we saw that the Bundesbank was repatriating. So why don't we take it from there? Break down your thesis, join the stocks.
Thank you. Well done. It's true.
Lights gleam on the street, no refrain. Cash for gold and coin displays. Rhythms pulsing through my veins. Tonight we dance through silver veins. Cash for gold and coin displays. We can't contain. We'll trade our time for dancing flames. Cash for gold, the anthem's claim. Hear it echo through the walls. Desolated streets where we rejoice. Cash for gold among the choice. Coin by coin we lift our voice. Glitter sparks the golden chain. Cash for gold and coins to planes. Feel the heartbeat pure untrained. Life's a dance we can't restrain.
No, actually they were not. This was all part of the Basel III.
Right, but I'm saying if they were telling central banks, you should start repatriating gold, this is what's going to happen.
Whether or not they were left out of it or they just decided not to do it or accumulated other ways,
is, I guess, debatable. And, you wonder where Gaddafi's gold is, where Saddam Hussein's gold is. Just saying, the Ukraine sold at $25 billion worth of gold to fund the war. Where did that go? So I don't know where the U.S., if the U.S. was accumulating gold or if they weren't, or if they were getting it in other ways. But the U.S. certainly wasn't part of the narrative. These were all the Eastern European banks. And ironically, most of the banks that were doing it were either part of the European Union or in that general region, but most of them did not trade the euro. They traded their own currency within the European Union. So these are the banks that I believe ultimately will shift towards the BRICS nations. I digress. 2020, I start to notice the second very interesting piece of the puzzle, and that was the Chinese Belt Road and Rail Initiative. And this is the largest infrastructure project in human history, and it's connecting Asia and Africa and parts of South America and Europe, the old Silk Road.
But that's been developing for, what, over a decade now?
It has been, but it really started to gain traction in 2020. And I'm looking at it and realizing that all 13 OPEC producing countries are on the Belt Road. Almost 70% of human population and 40% of global GDP on this growing group of countries. And it's all void of US dollar participation. Most of it settling on the new Chinese digital yuan. And so it started to get I started to get this feeling that, look, a lot of the countries that are part of the Belt Road, China and India and Russia, and these are countries that are accumulating all of the gold and producing all of the gold. And you start to see this growing group of countries and kind of the isolation of the dollar. Now, this really didn't all fit into what I was talking about until shortly after 2021. 2020, the banks are still buying gold. And 2021 rolls around and we see the day that we leave Afghanistan in a very unharmonious way. Saudi Arabia, I think, at that point, signed the death warrant for the end of the petrodollar the day we left Afghanistan or the day after. And I think there is no coincidence in the timing. Saudi Arabia announces a joint military cooperation agreement with Russia. I often ask...
And just to recap, leaving Afghanistan, deserting weapons, deserting allies, deserting personnel.
Leaving our own servicemen and women behind enemy lines was something that would have been considered inconceivable in the United States that I grew up in. And I think that really signaled something to our allies and certainly to our foes. And, I asked people what makes the dollar the world reserve currency, and most people don't know. But in 1974, 3 years after we closed the gold window, Kissinger went to Saudi Arabia and struck a deal with the Saudi kingdom and said, hey, we'll protect you, but for that, you'll denominate oil globally in dollars. And they have through OPEC. And this has created a massive synthetic demand for the dollar for the last 50 years. Signaling a change in that by a joint military cooperation agreement with Russia was a huge, huge move that really got very little, if any, attention in the Western media. But now things are really starting to click in for me, and I'm starting to see not only global de-dollarization, but also groupings that are growing together, like all 13 of the OPEC producing countries on the Belt Road, like shortly thereafter, China and Nigeria, who also signed the same contract with Russia, selling their gold to China for the petro yuan bond, which is immediately convertible into gold on the Shanghai Gold Exchange. And this is how countries like Iran have sidestepped sanctions for quite some time, selling their oil to China for a bond that is immediately convertible into gold, and they take possession of it right off the Shanghai Gold Exchange. So these things are starting to speed up at this point, and I'm really starting to notice that there's a growing group of countries that are formulating around the BRICS that are, I think, coalescing against the dollar, the hypocrisy, the hegemony of the dollar. And you could see it, you could feel it, and you could watch all of the gold that was being sent eastward and the accumulation and the de-dollarization. 2022 rolls along and the weaponization of the dollar, as you mentioned, where I believe it's not the prerogative of the West to say who can and can't use the world reserve currency. It should be more for public opinion, not for the administrator of the currency to decide who can and can't use it. And it was that moment, and I often ask people, do you think this was intended? We have 130 trillion in debt. 31 trillion that's on balance sheet, and Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security, which is 55 trillion underfunded in and of itself, and government military pensions, render us insolvent. Most of this debt accumulated at the lowest interest rates in human history. Was it intended? Did we want to pick a villain to create this great reset, to all of a sudden start the de-dollarization? And this is where the story gets very interesting as it turns from here.
Okay, well, let's revisit some of those points there. So the dollar starts to unravel in this narrative when Saudi Arabia starts to make deals with China and the petrodollar is in jeopardy. So you're saying Saudi Arabia is now looking at Russia for protection. And if you're Saudi Arabia, you're thinking two things. For one thing, you're watching how the dollar was weaponized in the Russia invasion of Ukraine, and you're going, well, we don't want that. We can't have that happen to our assets. What if the US wakes up one morning and don't like our human rights policies, for example, or something else, or some other situation that could happen in the Middle East and decides to do the same to us? Maybe this isn't the best way to keep our reserves. But you've also got Russia not really projecting tremendous strength via this conflict in Ukraine. So why would the Saudis make such a bold decision before seeing who is the bigger military power in play?
Yes, that is part of the equation. That's a fair statement. This was before the Ukraine invasion, number one. And secondly, you know, the day after these announcements came out, Zero Hedge ran an article saying Saudi Arabia announces to the world that their nuclear submarines are outfitted with hypersonic ICBMs. This is the technology the West doesn't have. The State Department commented and said they're very concerned about it. These are the missiles that can go Mach 10 up in the atmosphere and hit the ground at the speed of an asteroid. That was, I think, their way of saying, don't even try to do what you did to Gaddafi and Hussein. Don't even think about it. It was a veiled threat, let's say. And I think this is another reason why when you realize that also last year we see the Saudis say, well, we have submitted our application to the BRICS. So you have a growing unison of countries that are joining together that in and of themselves maybe can't project that strength, maybe can't stand up to the West, but together as a group, their militaries are stronger, their GDPs are bigger. I think it's a growing chorus of countries standing up to that hypocrisy, standing up to the West in a way that they've never been able to do in and of themselves. And
well, we'll leave the word hypocrisy aside for now, but let's just say standing up to a system where the U.S. can continue to print dollars, and then that makes the debt that they owe the U.S. become bigger and bigger and bigger.
Absolutely.
So we'll put aside the moral argument of the U.S.'s role on the global
yes,
stage.
and it is a perceived hypocrisy. I'm not saying it is, but that's their perception.
That's a fair enough point. So we're going to see this bifurcation of the global monetary system.
Absolutely.
Break that down in further detail. How does this play out from here?
Well, you have all of these countries joining the BRICS that you put them all together along with the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and the Belt Road. You're talking north of 80% of human population, and all it would take. Now, you have to remember, we're coming from a period of time where asset prices were blown sky high over the last several years, with more money being created in the last 3 than in the history of the country preceding it. A lot of that money found its way into assets, and you have the misallocation and the distortions that are created by this. All it would take would be for Saudi Arabia to stand up on the stage, as they just told the folks at the Davos conference that we're now going to consider taking other currencies for oil. We've already been told that the BRICS currency would be pegged to gold or to commodities, and the assumption being gold being one of the commodities. I think all it would take would be Saudi Arabia to say to the West, thanks for the memories. It's been great. We appreciate it. But we're going to open up oil purchases in other currencies, not just dollars, maybe euros and ruble and rupee and gold. And all of a sudden, bang, all of the countries that have had to hold dollars for the last 50 years no longer really have any interest in holding them. And if they all start to dump dollars, and I think it would happen quickly, where they would all dump dollars, you have a tsunami of inflation hitting the shores of the West that would immediately create a spike in interest rates to compensate for the loss of purchasing power. This is how we see a great reset as interest rates spike in relation to a crashing dollar, which then is inversely correlated to asset prices that have gone stratospheric over the last few years, and I would argue irrationally. And as interest rates spike and this inverse correlation hits the shores, stocks, bonds, and real estate, along with the crashing dollar, all collapse at the very same time. And when I ask, do you think it was intended? I guess I'm kind of tongue in cheek, but if you think about it, now you have a villain. Instead of blaming the Fed for creating these distortions and letting this happen, you have the Fed there saying they're going to raise rates, but they've done a woeful job at raising them high enough to tackle inflation.
All right, let's put a pause on that one before we get into the Great Reset, which I understand also opens the way for central bank digital currencies and a complete revamp of the system. And let's first focus on how we get to this de-dollarized global economy, or at least an economy where the dollar plays a less significant role. So in this bifurcation of the global monetary system, what relevance does the dollar have?
Dollar will
it's
always,
still in play.
Yeah, the dollar will always have a relevance to it, and maybe it's not in its current state. But the thing that I think is really important to understand is that these agreements that are being made with the BRICS represent such a massive part of GDP and of population. At what point does the West decide to or attempt to trade with this group? Are they even going to be welcomed into it? I don't know. It just seems they're being isolated.
Well, because the dollar is so powerful and because the United States has enjoyed so much privilege having the global reserve currency, why would it just give it up without a fight?
Well, they will fight, and they won't just give it up. But a lot of people will make the analogy to the euro, that all these countries came together and it didn't work. And I think there's something to be said for that. But when you look at all of these countries coming together in a similar rallying cry, for whatever that rallying cry is against the West, it is the backing of the new system by commodities, and perhaps all of it denoted on a distributed ledger. The digital yuan, which has been running for the last 4 years, backing the Belt Road to the tune of over 20 billion in successful transactions, would be, I believe, the rails to a new BRICS currency that would show the immutability of what every country pegged or pledged to the new system, that gives it the glue to make it work, where everyone has the same equal footing, equal say at the table. This, to me, is what would make the system work. As Zoltan Pozsar calls it, a new system backed by commodities, Bretton Woods 3, rather than a system backed by debt instruments and promises.
And Andy, we have had other guests on the show, Frank Juster for one, who mentioned this over a year ago, that he sees the trend developing where you will have a central bank digital currency or digital currency on the blockchain, backed, not necessarily pegged, backed by gold and a basket of other commodities. And the transparency that the blockchain allows creates a sense of faith amongst the other countries, going to the expression that there's perhaps distrust amongst them with regards to how they handle their own affairs. So, but again, the idea that the United States is just going to hope that it will be included in this trade system, it just seems a bit far-fetched that there wouldn't be a more aggressive push to maintain that kind of status. Well, what would that look like? What would that look like?
I don't know exactly what that looks like. I'm sure they'll resort to any and all options.
Is it a war? Is it a kinetic war?
It certainly looks like we're heading in that direction right now. With what's happening, we're funding the Ukraine to a total of almost $100 billion. We're selling them Stinger missiles and drones, providing, tanks and intelligence. I mean, you could argue in a court of law, we would be an accomplice to a crime. You could argue we are moving in that direction, and maybe that is what they're going to resort to. But I don't know. And I think the bottom line is simply this: we are indebted to a level that will never pay it back, and interest rates are rising. So at what point do people want to start receiving something that is tangible for the commodities that they're trading or for the business that they're doing with a country that is paying them in inflated dollars? And certainly the treasury market is rife with risk at this point in a rising interest rate market. I think the bloom is off the rose for the West. So what does it entail? How do they fight back? I'm sure they will, and maybe it is war. I don't know, but your point is valid.
Is the conflict then against the Saudis or the Chinese? Because it seems as though you're saying that the Saudis are the kingmakers in all of this if they come out and say no more petrodollar. So who would the US potentially direct its wrath at?
That's a good question. I think the Saudis are joining the BRICS nations so that they have protection from countries that have the ability to back them and stand up to the West. I think, certainly the Saudis would be the linchpin of it all.
Yeah.
But if they're joining a group that has the ability to stand behind them and protect them as part of a unified nation or a unified group, it would seem that they're picking a fight with everybody.
Right. Well, let's focus on the R in the BRICS, and that's Russia, because a lot of this depends on the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which many would say is a proxy war, with the US really being so active and participating, now sending tanks, which was a line they said that they wouldn't cross initially. Potentially, there's now a request from Ukraine for F-16s.
Right.
We'll see if that happens. If Russia loses this war, what does it mean for this whole reset theory? Does it jeopardize the BRICS' ability to launch this currency that challenges the dollar?
It may. It may slow things down. It may derail it. It may change the way that it plays out. But look, ever since the sanctions, you're still seeing north of 80% of the world trading with Russia. It hasn't bothered the majority of the world. So, and I guess what does lose mean? I don't know. How bad does this get? And who gets dragged into it? There are a lot of what ifs and suppositions there. I don't know, and these are all valid points. And again, this is a chain of events that I've seen accumulating over time, and I guess there's fluidity to it. Sure. There's no question about it, and it certainly, it certainly changes, making this something that's cut and dry. There will be an outcome that I guess we'll have to see, but I don't think it changes the global de-dollarization, the global drive away from the dollars. And if Russia is hampered in any way by their ability to hold up their end of the bargain with the BRICS, so be it. I still don't think it changes the ultimate move away from the US dollar.
Well, look, Andy, every global reserve currency known to man has lost its place in the sun. So it has been dethroned. It is sort of the natural cycle of events. And to your point about these countries sort of not really paying that much attention to the sanctions, we just had Yellen in South Africa speaking to President Cyril Ramaphosa saying, hey, you guys are kind of contravening the sanctions a little bit. You need to play nicely. But we don't know how much weight her word has if we're not seeing the U.S. willing to back it up with what? Military, right? I mean, is that what it comes to? Why have people played along all this time? Was it because of the assumed military might of the United States?
I think that had a lot to do with it. And look, a lot of these countries a decade ago were in no position to do this. When in 1974, when Kissinger signed this contract, the Middle East was a poor area. They weren't enriched and they weren't developed the way that they are right now. And you could say the same thing about China. The progression that they've made as an industrialized nation is extraordinary. So I guess it's just, like you said, to your point, it's the time. You go back to the 1400s, almost every currency had between an 80 and 100-year lifespan. We're already, we're on the outskirts of that, living on borrowed time, you could argue, from an historical perspective. So maybe we've just run the course of our currency.
Andy, who's on Team Dollar? Who would prefer the dollar other than the United States? Although you argue that this may be a way to reset everything, and we'll get back to that. But who would prefer for the dollar to maintain its status?
I suppose those countries that are part of the Western Alliance: Canada, Australia, the United Kingdom, Japan. And I don't know if they really do want it to continue. I don't know who is on Team Dollar. I guess I haven't thought that far out, to be quite honestly. I haven't thought about it that way. I guess all I'm looking at is mathematics. And when you see such a massive shift of human population coalescing against the dollar, and it's very obvious to see when you see shifts away from accepting the dollar for oil by countries already, and admissions by Saudi Arabia to look to other currencies, I think you have to take a real hard look at what happens if all of a sudden the world doesn't need to own dollars to buy oil.
And it's not just oil, because we're seeing a move away from U.S. treasuries globally. Well, certainly from China.
Of course. Not just China, Saudi Arabia, all of these countries. Why would anyone buy our treasuries earning 3% with inflation double that by metrics that arguably are wrong? You know, I don't know if you've ever had John Williams with Shadow Stats on your show, but you know, he'll show you numbers that the way the inflation was calculated prior to 1980 when they changed the numbers, and he would say inflation's at 15% right now. But even using 7% inflation with a 3.5% yield on the 10-year treasury, you're guaranteed a real return of negative 3.5% compounding over 10 years. Why would anyone want to do that? And so you're right, it's not just the dollar market, it is the treasury market. And we are incentivizing by the underperformance and the mismanagement of the dollar and what's happened to the yields on the treasuries for other people or for these countries to find other ways.
And I guess, you know, they're looking at the U.S. with this unprecedented fiscal and monetary stimulus printing away and saying, well, now our debts are larger. The U.S. is just devaluing our reserves. So I can understand how the sentiment against the dollar would be building up in this scenario. So let's assume this does play out and we do have a split in the monetary system and the dollar loses its value, and perhaps this BRICS reserve currency, which is digital, which is backed by commodities, comes into play and becomes a leading player on the global stage. Walk us through what happens to the dollar and for those holding dollars back home.
Yeah, I think at that point, you know, you have a wave of dollar selling. Every country on the planet, nearly 85% of all oil sales have been in dollars for, I don't know, the last 50 years, if not more. All of these countries, it's the foundation of their currencies. And if all of a sudden the dollar starts to tank, it'll be a tsunami of selling, sell, in order to not be crushed by the wave of selling. And I think when that happens, and you have all of the dollars hitting the shores here, you have that inflationary spike in interest rates. It has to compensate for the loss of purchasing power. Interest rates would have to spike. And when I started in this industry, stocks and bonds were inversely correlated to one another. It was called risk on and risk off. And when you realize that they are now positively correlated to one another because interest rates have been driven so low, a spike in interest rates cripples both the bond and the stock market and, of course, the real estate market. The pillars of wealth in the United States center around stocks, bonds, and real estate. If the dollar gets dumped globally, and there's way more dollars outside the US than there are domestically, if all of a sudden they get dumped globally because you don't have to hold them to buy oil anymore, and they hit our shore, spiking interest rates, you see a collapse simultaneously in all three pillars of wealth, including the dollar.
On this idea of oil, though, there has been an attempted shift away from oil towards solar, towards natural gas, towards various other forms of clean energy, nuclear even perhaps. So is it that relevant what oil is priced in?
No, because
if the shift is away from oil?
No, because this is the whole reason that OPEC and Saudi Arabia want to leave us. Why would they want to not only receive our depreciating dollars and treasuries and sell us their oil when we're telling them in 30 years we're going to be completely green? So instead they're focusing their energy on what amounts to north of 80% of human population who is not going green and who is not challenging their way of life. And so I think it is actually the catalyst by which Saudi Arabia makes this shift. Once they have their alliances and they feel safe, I think they'll make that switch, and it will happen quickly. I think when that switch flips, it happens really quickly. But no, I think in fact, we're making a mistake by doing that. I think we're making a very big mistake by making the admission to the Saudis that we want to go green. We're ruining their way of life is the way they're looking at it. So why would they want to do any special favors for us? And this is why they came out and said to Xi Jinping that you are our most important trade partner in oil today and for the next 50 years. That's a big deal because we've been their biggest trade partner for the last 50 years. So I think really it is the key point, only in reverse. So yeah, it matters, but it matters more for them than it does for us.
Well, because you could say that developing countries have been put off by this idea. You guys have used carbon, fossil fuels to grow your economies. Now that we're trying to do the same, you're telling us no. we can't do that and hampering our growth.
And that's why you see 152 countries on the Belt Road Initiative.
Yeah.
And these are all the developing nations. And that's exactly right. And this is this grouping of humanity that I think, and that's why I say the word hypocrisy. This is not my word. It's just my perception of the way that they would view us by making these declarations.
What about other commodities that are not oil that you would still need to use dollars to buy? Is that where the split then just comes in?
Well, I mean, you could argue you have to, as the dollar is the world reserve currency, all of these commodities come into play. And it's interesting, the president of one of the Asian countries, and it skips me right now, recently came out and said that these countries, because most of the rare earth metals are found in Eurasia, should institute a OPEC-style cartel for rare earth metals. You know, we're going green, yet most of what we need to make batteries are found in the Eurasian continent. Maybe you have to use dollars to convert to the new currency to buy rare earth metals. I don't think we've thought this through very well, and so I don't know if the dollar loses its reserve status, who's going to want to sell their commodities for dollars? Okay. First, you'll have to convert to whatever it is they want to accept.
All right, and as you said, you're joining the dots, data points that seem to be making sense in this narrative that seems to be unfolding. What would be a projected timeline?
You know, I don't know. I think the timing is the hard part, but I will say this. When I started talking about this 3 years ago, it was spinning slowly, and you can see the rapid ascension and the progression of these alliances being made. And just in the last few weeks, we see Saudi Arabia make that admission about China being their most important trade partner. And just last week, the admission that they're willing to accept other currencies for oil. It seems to be accelerating, and since the weaponization of the dollar in 2022, it seems to be spinning much, much faster. I don't know when the switch flips, but sooner than we probably think.
Let's now connect the two parts of de-dollarization and the Great Reset, which is an agenda of the World Economic Forum, best crystallized by the line, "You shall owe nothing and be happy," and their timeline, which of course is 2030. So make the connection for us between de-dollarization and the Great Reset, and also explaining further what the Great Reset is.
Well, that's just what I said. You have asset prices stratospherically high, where price discovery has become impossible because of the distortions in the money supply and in interest rates. And it's created environments where corporations can buy back their shares, where hedge funds can borrow money and plow it into the markets and make huge returns and huge bonuses, but have created distortions in asset prices. So if we see that moment, and when, you know, I tried to factor in what Klaus Schwab said and the possibility of it happening, and it all centers around the weaponization of the dollar. Wasn't intended. Did they know that by making this unilateral move that it would create a backlash and have a villain to point to, OPEC and Russia and China, and they did it, we didn't, they did it to us. And in that environment where asset prices are very high and the dollar is forsaken, creating that environment of spiked interest rates and an inflationary tsunami of dollars hitting our shore, you see everything collapse. That's when they would come in and roll out their new CBDC. We know that they're already doing it. They're already creating it. The Bank of International Settlements said every country has to have it by 2025. This gives them cover to roll it in. If you look at the Fed, the number 2 person at the Fed is Lael Brainerd. In fact, I thought she was going to actually win the spot for the Fed instead of Powell. They reappointed him, but they made her number 2. She's a modern monetary theorist. She wants to get rid of the commercial banks. She wants to do monetary policy directly to your iPhone. And so it would fit perfectly that this would happen sometime in the next few years anyway, where she could come in and administer a central bank digital currency and from the ashes of what would be a new system. And maybe they come out and issue a gold-backed CBDC. Who knows? The point of it is that if you wanted to create a reset, and I couldn't think of any other way that they could do it, because look, if Powell wanted to create a reset himself, all he would have had to do is jacked up the reserve requirements at the banks and raise interest rates to 20%, just like Paul Volcker did. Bang, it's over, just like that. Instead, they pussyfoot around with 1/4 and 1/2 point interest rates that still render the return on the 10-year Treasury negative. They're not doing anything to fix inflation. So if they really wanted to reset the system, jack up asset prices, and then incentivize the world to find an alternative, weaponize the dollar, and it's done for you with a villain to point to. That's why I put the dots together. Not saying it's going to happen, just simply saying, what's that, Occam's razor? You put everything together and maybe the most plausible, logical explanation is the right one. I hope I'm wrong. My youngest is 15 years old, and I don't want to be right, but I have a feeling, unfortunately, that I am.
Well, on the Occam's razor, you could say that the simplest explanation is just sheer incompetence. Never
Yeah.
attribute to malice what can be ascribed to stupidity.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Either they're really, really stupid or they're nefarious.
Yeah. So let's go back to the nefarious angle, because you keep on saying they. Who is the they here?
Who's behind the World Economic Forum? The Federal Reserve, they have to understand that we've dug ourselves into a hole that we can never dig ourselves out of. A trillion seconds ago was 31,688 years ago. You know, how do you dig yourself out of 100+ trillion in debt as interest rates rise? You don't, you can't. And so they, being the people that realize the mathematics have gotten too big and we have squeezed as much utility out of a currency, a dying currency, and a Keynesian system as we humanly possibly can. So either we default or inflate. I guess that's really the only two options.
Or, as you suggest, burn the whole thing down and start over with a CBDC.
Take the monopoly board and throw it up in the air and start over, new game. And that is the conclusion that I came up with only by connecting these dots and saying, geez.
Why would people go along with it? Why would people that have a lot at stake in the current monetary system not push back on this? The billionaires of the world, for
I would
example.
argue, why do you see record withdrawals off the COMEX and the LBMA, where the LBMA is losing not only its base metals, but all its precious metals, where the COMEX is at the lowest level of inventory in terms of what they have in the registered category, maybe ever or close to it, but a massive drawdown. Why are we seeing the central banks buy more gold than at any time in the last 55 years? The people who are closest to the information and have the most money, they're making an exodus quietly. You know, why do we see India import 400 million ounces of silver and the mainstream isn't talking about it? These countries not only are, and players, wealthy, family offices, sovereign wealth funds, they're not just accumulating the metal, they're withdrawing it off of the exchanges.
Silver and gold.
Yes, and where it loses a good deal of its industrial liquidity. If you want to have metal as an investment, you leave it in the COMEX warehouses because you have industrial liquidity. Where Elon Musk says, I'll pay $50 premium for every ounce of silver people want to sell. No, this stuff is being shipped outside the exchanges. It's a very big deal. So to your point, just like in 1933 when gold was confiscated, so much of it, the insiders shipped their gold to the safe deposit boxes by steamship of Switzerland before FDR confiscated gold. Maybe these people who are draining the exchanges in a precipitous way for the last 3 years are front-running what is coming. And so most people in this country, 60% of them or so, are living paycheck to paycheck. They can't even write out a check for $5,000. So they'll be happy to be given stimulus and handouts attached to a new central bank digital currency.
And of course, with the central bank digital currency, which is programmable, you just click and everybody automatically gets what they need.
That's right.
So break down the relationship between the CBDCs. Well, firstly, is it one CBDC representing the BRICS, backed by commodities? And then how do the other countries come in with their versions of CBDCs?
So I think ultimately it will be one. A lot of the countries—
One universal.
Yes, for the CBDC, but right now they're all creating their own. And the Chinese built something called the M Bridge, as in Mary, M Bridge, which is a cross-border payment system for central bank digital currencies. And they did this with United Arab Emirates and one other company, maybe Singapore. I forgot the third country, but it's irrelevant. The point is that this allows cross-border payments sidestepping the SWIFT system in central bank digital currencies. That's the bridge, if you will, to a common currency, but they are all de-dollarizing. They are all moving away from the dollar as sole settlement. Turkey just created their own. Turkey also imported more gold than any country in the world last year, and they just applied for BRICS. So they're all doing it little by little by little. They asked Ernest Hemingway, I believe, how'd you go broke? Little by little by little, then all at once. And I think that's what's happening.
Slowly, then suddenly.
It's a chess game, and they're moving the pieces, and then they say checkmate, but not until they're all in position. So to your point earlier, your question, timing, don't know, but watch how the chess pieces keep.
So how does gold play into this role? If you're backed by commodities, you eliminate the option of printing, which takes away a lot of power for the central banks themselves,
Absolutely.
as they've been able to do for their own countries. But I get that they would need to do this to have legitimacy on the global stage. So they would have to, I guess, sacrifice the ability to print money in order to be seen legitimate on the world stage.
I think they would do it in two ways. They would not allow it to be convertible, because de Gaulle from France proved that convertible currencies convert, and they would fractionalize it. Maybe 20% of every new BRICS currency is pegged to gold or to a commodity that is shown, the veracity and the immutability of which is shown on their distributed ledger. So I don't think it would be a one-to-one pegging. That would still give them the latitude to enact monetary policy. But I think gold would be the anchor. Instead of being able to let them print unabated, it would allow them at least to run monetary policy with some tether to prudence.
So let's assume we've listened to you and we've bought some gold ourselves. Let's assume it's 2030, which is the timeline of the World Economic Forum, which is only 7 years away.
Right.
And we've got central bank digital currencies, which to me are very terrifying because every single transaction can be seen by the government every single time you pay for something. There's zero privacy, zero anonymity, and perhaps more concerningly, the ability to program when and what you can spend on. But let's assume we're there, but I've listened to Andy and I've bought some gold, and I have my gold bars and gold coins and silver coins safely hidden away. How would I practically be able to use that to my benefit in this world?
Because I think it allows you safety when the system collapses. So look, if a CBDC rolls out and we all have no choice but to use it, either you use it or you're in a black market. But what it does is it gives you options when others have none. And that's why guys like Jim Rickards and Jim Sinclair say gold will reach crazy levels, 10,000 an ounce, because it'll be pegged to a new system. So not only does it allow you not just to survive, maybe even thrive. Maybe this is why the biggest money in the world is drawing down the supplies of all of these exchanges before it becomes obvious that's their life raft. But it'll be options. And what? Maybe you have to sell it and go into the new CBDC when you decide to do it. We have to play within the game that, the rules that are afforded to us. But I think it gives you options when others have none.
So it would allow me to preserve my wealth.
Yes.
And then I would need to convert it, I suppose, into CBDCs in order to function.
Correct. Or
in the
barter,
system.
I guess, in theory.
Or perhaps have a side system where people are dealing
Well,
with.
you never know. I guess it depends how the CBDC goes over.
Where do you see something like Bitcoin play into this? Because we've had people who are saying the same narrative, but instead of gold, they have Bitcoin as the answer.
I'm not a Bitcoin basher, but I look at gold as it's lived through 2 world wars, German hyperinflation, the Great Depression, and every pandemic, and it's still immutable wealth. What is the only asset every central bank owns? Gold. And I think that there are some that own Bitcoin, not all of them.
Well, on that point, Canada, correct me if I'm wrong, where we currently are, has sold off the majority of its
stupid.
gold.
And so did the Bank of England. Gordon Brown
Canada
sold most
has
of their gold
practically
at
no gold.
Stupid. Well, maybe they think it's the gold in the ground. Maybe at that point they nationalize it. I don't know. It makes zero sense. It really does. But, again, that was a trend that was happening for quite some time. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they just bought some gold for the first time. Not mistaken, they just bought some in 2022. Now, I'm not positive on that, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Point of it is that I think there will come a realization that, interest-bearing assets in this environment isn't the most important thing. And you would think a country like Canada would wise up. They certainly have a lot of it in the ground, some of the most in the world. So maybe that will be their answer to this, as we nationalize the mines and don't allow any of it to leave the country. Don't know.
Right.
But it's a good point.
Yeah, it's
You bring up a lot of good points.
Thank you. It's a scary world you're painting here, Andy. Again, is there a mastermind? Is this orchestrated by someone, or is this just how things develop and certain players are positioning themselves to take advantage of it?
Are there ever coincidences? I don't know. I would like the scariest part of it all, Michelle, is is there a mastermind behind it? If it is, it makes it much more frightening. Because it is orchestrated, it is thought out, it is planned out. And maybe it's a combination of both. Maybe it's circumstances that have come into play that are now being taken advantage of to paint the narrative or a picture that they want. And who is they? I don't know. They are the ones that are pulling the strings. The Federal Reserve, the big money, the World Economic Forum. Maybe they have more clout and more pull than we think. But anyways, I think it might be a combination of both. If I had to really guess, I would say that this is thought out. And it all comes down to the fact that if you don't see the consequences of weaponizing the world reserve currency on a world stage, when 85% of the world is still trading with Russia, then either you're really stupid or you're really, you see what you're doing and you know the outcome.
You're either stupid or arrogant or in on it.
Right.
So with that, is there anything that derails this? Is there anything that happens, anything at all, even if this war escalating into a nuclear crisis?
That would certainly
I mean,
do it.
what derails this track from happening?
Maybe the U.S. comes out and beats the BRICS to the punch and issues a gold-backed CBDC right away and shows here's all the gold that we said that we had, the 8,300 metric tons that hasn't been audited since 1956, and here it is. And we now connected it to a central bank digital ledger for everyone to see, and here's our new gold-backed currency. And maybe it allows us to pull ourselves up from our bootstraps and we don't see the world dumping dollars. Maybe. I mean, that certainly would be a step in the right direction. Because I think there comes a time where, where you just keep drinking the watered down milk and pretty soon it's not milk anymore. And I think we're at that point. So to me, that would be the one place that we could go.
So the U.S. gets ahead of the curve, realizes it needs to do a reset anyway.
Right.
Wipes the slate clean, but comes out with, hey, we have our own CBDC, digital dollar, Fed coin, backed by gold. So use this for the new system, but let's just forget about all that debt.
In conjunction with the International Monetary Fund.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is 150 countries somewhere around the world who all join on board.
But what I'm hearing either way is that a CBDC, digital money, programmable, on the blockchain is inevitable.
And I think it's less to do with the privacy aspect, or certainly the government likes that, and more to do with monetary policy, the way money is created right now by it being lent into existence by a commercial bank system that doesn't want to lend money into this economy, where $2 trillion is in the overnight repo market, where the FDIC Systemic Resolution Board publicly in November has a video that's now out saying that, maybe we shouldn't tell the country that there's going to be a run on the banks because of the unintended consequences. And maybe we don't want the public to know that they have more confidence in the banking system than the people in this room do. So when you see all of these things coming together, you have to wonder, where does it lead? I don't know, Michelle, and I don't profess to be a soothsayer or a prophet, just simply looking at all the pieces and saying, if I were over there and I had something as precious as oil, I don't think I'd want to sell it for dollars and treasuries any longer.
On the FDIC comment, we had Lynette Zhang on, who broke down how Dodd-Frank actually allows for bail-ins where the banks can take the money of depositors and bail themselves out, and that's legal, that's there. And that was that meeting that you were talking about, that they just don't want to tell people, even though it's there, people just need to pay attention and watch.
Absolutely.
Well, Andy, you've certainly been paying attention. So what is the recourse of action for an individual?
Do what the big money is doing. Remove counterparty risk and de-dollarize. Mitigate your exposure to the dollar. Look, my friend Rick Rule says it best. If you're not a contrarian, you're going to be a victim. I think this is a time to embrace that and to truly diversify outside the dollar. people talk about a diversified portfolio, all of it comes back to the dollar. And I think having something outside the system, looking what the biggest money in the world is doing, not just big money, but sophisticated. Because when you're pulling that much money off of COMEX and the LBMA, you're sophisticated too. Follow what they're doing, and I think that's the best thing you can do.
And that is what?
Take possession of metal, buy gold and silver, take possession of it, look at it as wealth. It's not an investment, it's wealth. And I think if you own enough of it, you'll be wealthy. But I tell people to own metals because it is wealth outside the system. And outside a system that may be coming to its end stages. And that's really, I think, all you can do. Because if interest rates do spike the way that I think, there will be very few places. In fact, as my mentor in many respects, Richard Russell, said, in a very bad bear market, he or she who loses least wins. And I think that's what this is all about, losing least, putting yourself in a position to at least retain what we've worked so hard to accumulate all these years.
Well, Andy, I hope you're wrong.
So do I. So do I.
It's been enlightening, but I certainly hope you're wrong.
Michelle, I appreciate your pushback. You asked some great questions and raised some great points that I'll give a lot of thought to, and they're all valid, but I hope I'm wrong too. I really do. Unfortunately, I think it's growing a little bit more and more and more like some of what I'm saying, if not all, has a chance of happening.
I'm not saying I think you're wrong. I'm just saying I hope you're wrong.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
All right. Well, Andy, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks for joining us here on Kitco.
Thank you, Michelle.
Kitco News, special coverage of the Vancouver Resource Investment Conference, is brought to you by First Mining Gold.
The second and third largest bank collapses in U.S. history transpired over the weekend. In one of the most shocking developments to hit the banking sector since the global financial crisis of 2008, Silicon Valley Bank, or SVB, failed on Friday, March 10th, after a sudden rush of withdrawals. SVB was well known for its links to the VC and tech industry and had $209 billion in assets under management. It failed and was placed into receivership under the FDIC. On Sunday, the contagion hit New York-based Signature Bank, which also failed after a bank run by spooked investors. With $118 billion of assets under management, Signature is the third largest banking collapse in U.S. history. And in an effort to shore up confidence in the banking system, the Treasury Department, the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Deposit Insurance Corp, or FDIC, stepped in with several measures, including an assurance that all Silicon Valley Bank and Signature clients would be protected and able to access their money. Now, the FDIC typically insures deposits up to $250,000 US, but in an unusual move, regulators announced that all Silicon Valley Bank and Signature customers would have access to their deposits, including those with more than $250,000, which in fact was the vast majority of SVB's domestic deposits. Regulators also unveiled a new way to give banks access to emergency funds, making it easier for banks to borrow from it in a crisis. And President Joe Biden is trying to calm the waters, saying that the U.S. will do whatever is needed to shore up the banks, and that Americans should, quote, rest assured that our banking system is safe. But just how safe is the banking system? What are the ramifications for this, for the economy and the Fed's next moves, and your portfolio? Well, joining me to discuss these rapidly changing developments is Matthew Piepenburg. He is the commercial director of Matterhorn Asset Management and the author of several books, including Gold Matters, Real Solutions to Surreal Risks. Matthew, welcome back to Kitco.
It's great to be back, Michelle. Lots to discuss today.
Lots to discuss. We may be, in fact, on the verge of a surreal risk. So I want to start off by helping our viewers understand what happened here. Just as a recap, Wednesday, March 8th, SVB announces a loss of $1.8 billion from the sale of investment securities. And at the same time, SVP's holding company announced intentions to raise $2.25 billion to shore up the bank's capital. Now, rather than comforting investors and depositors, has had the opposite effect. The surprising announcement spooked the markets, causing a run on the bank. And then within a few hours, we had depositors withdrawing over $42 billion in cash, approximately 25% of total deposits. That left the bank with a negative cash balance approaching $1 billion. And by the end of the day on Thursday, unable to shore up the shortfall overnight, the bank failed, and it was then placed under the FDIC as receiver. All right, that's kind of how we got there. But a lot of the problem with Silicon Valley Bank, Matthew, seems to come down to interest rate risks, which the bank's executives failed to plan for, as the Federal Reserve has obviously been very aggressive with its rate hikes over the last year, and keeping in mind that over 57% of SVB's assets were in marketable securities, comprised mostly of U.S. Treasury securities and mortgage-backed bonds. So, Matthew, explain what happened here.
There's a lot you've hit on. I mean, you've hit the issue of the banking risk, you've hit the issue of securities risk, you've hit the issue of treasury risk and bond risk and Fed policy, and then, of course, now a new banking crisis, which in many ways is very different and very familiar to the 2008 crisis. It's a run, as you said, which is a little bit different than what happened with Bear and Lehman and Citi and even Goldman Sachs, which played both sides of the CDS MBS trade. I think before you can even get into Silvergate or Silicon Valley Bank or even Signature Bank and maybe even now First Republic, before we get into the details of the analysis of the failure, you have to put it in a broader context. I think I would, at least for 30 or 40 seconds, just because it's important to realize that with so many needles pointed at this red credit balloon, that there was something bound to hit that balloon. And in this case, it's now the headline du jour is a new banking crisis, the 2023 version. And I think this is all within the theme of what we've been talking about for the last 12 months, really since, Powell or the Fed began tightening into the greatest credit crisis in history, that something was going to break. There was going to be a credit event in the markets. And I just wrote an article, I think 3 weeks ago in February, about the sovereign bond market, which does tie into SVB and Silvergate and these other banks, that there were 3 moments of total dysfunction in the credit markets just in the last few years. The first one, of course, was the repo crisis in 2019 in September, which was, you cannot underestimate the significance of the leading indicator, what that meant for bonds and banks. That repo crisis basically said that large commercial banks didn't trust each other's collateral, which was US Treasuries. And so the Fed had to come in and be the lender and eventual spender of last resort to help the big banks, the big commercial banks. Then you had the COVID crisis in 2020 in March, where stocks and treasuries and bonds in general fell together. And then just last October, you had the gilt implosion in the UK across the pond. And I wrote 3 weeks ago that there's going to be a fourth uh-oh moment. With all these cracks in the ice in the credit markets are going to affect banks, and it's going to be a fourth uh-oh moment. And just, of course, Friday, that fourth uh-oh moment came, and we had another banking crisis. And to your point, this banking crisis, the version 2.0 in 2023, is different than 2008 for a number of reasons. The key word that I agree with, Michelle, is it's a run. It's a run on the bank. That's what happened at Silvergate prior to, Silvergate went into a voluntary liquidation and it had 6 billion deposits. SVB had over 170 billion. So it was a different headline, a bigger story, but it was a run on the bank. And it's different than what happened. It's important for people to realize it's different than what happened at Bear Stearns or Lehman or these other banks in 2008. What you had in 2008 were these mortgage-backed securities, these toxic, subprime mortgages, which were paraded as AAA credits or investment grade credits by the rating agencies like Moody's or S&P, was really just horse crap wrapped in tinfoil and sold as diamonds. And that created, people woke up the next morning and realized their bank's asset side of their balance sheet had tanked overnight. There was a loss of faith in the balance sheet. What happened at Silvergate and at SVB and now at these other regional banks is, prior to the headlines, there was a loss of faith in the assets and the collateral and the I guess the loans of these type of banks. And this has a lot to do with this blender of forces, the tech market, liquidity, banking risk, and the Fed is in front of, behind, above, and beyond all this. Fed's fingerprints are all over this. But at Silvergate and at SVB and at other regional banks, what happened in Northern California last week was, prior to an asset devaluation, there was a loss of trust in the collateral and in the banking system, which had to do with their measurement of risk. And a lot of that has to do with the ripple effects of FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried and the crypto exchanges and crypto-linked accounts, which were at Silvergate, or startup investments, yesterday's unicorns, which are now tomorrow's donkeys as these growth stocks and tech stocks head towards a mark cliff, which is the first stocks to get hit. And from my conversations with folks in Northern California, the VC environment was already talking to clients and folks about the risks in the collateral and in these tech stocks and these banks. And so what you had was a run. A run is very different because it's a lack of confidence before. And this is directly tied to your point on how these banks have underestimated the power of the Fed and how the Fed is still involved in this, because when there's a run on a bank, it's like any Ponzi scheme. The fastest runners are the first out and the first to win. The slowest runners get burned. It's like a theater, which I wrote about. When it catches on fire, the exit door is the size of a mouse hole. And so as these kind of lack of confidence, these collaterals, these depositors started to take their money out, banks like SVB or Silvergate were forced to sell assets to meet depositor demand. But this is how the Fed comes into the play, Michelle, because the Fed, by raising rates all these months, quarter after quarter, BIP after BIP, 25, 50 here and there throughout 2022, what that does is you raise the rates. Well, you know that bond price and rates are inversely correlated. So the bond prices went down. And so these banks, which were faced with liquidity needs by their depositors, had to sell those short-term notes, those short-term treasuries, not at maturity, but prior to maturity at the worst time at a discount. And then they had to sell out their loans. So they did not have enough liquidity to meet all the demand. And of course, that's when all the trouble started. And as the vicious circle got farther and farther down, there was less and less funds available. And of course, they were sent into receivership. Silvergate went into voluntary liquidation. But you see how the Fed's policies affect everything. Behind every market crisis since 2000 itself, and even prior, there's always a central banker with his head down and his hands behind his back, trying not to say anything, because there really is fingerprints all over this. And again, by raising rates, you're putting pressure on the credit markets and you're putting pressure on the financial markets. I think for so many years or so many months, we're talking about the Fed, but even the banks can't fight the Fed. We talk about how the QT policy affects, the balance sheet of the Fed's balance sheet by 300 billion, from 9 trillion down 300 billion, or affects CPI inflation, but it also affects these banks. It's just another one of those needles that hit the balloon. And so, yeah, by having to force sale treasuries at a discount and loans, it put these banks out to pasture faster than they should have. And the loss of faith in those banks, not a coincidence that it started in a tech sector in Northern California, because there's a loss of faith in tech too. And so it's all connected, Michelle.
Right. And as you say, the Fed raising rates impacted what ordinarily would be safe collateral. I mean, 57% of SVB's assets were marketable securities, mostly US Treasuries. And then we had this rapid rise of interest rates over the past year, and the market value of the bonds fell substantially. And of course, that doesn't matter if the bank is able to hold the bonds until maturity, when they'll be repaid at par. But if a bank is suddenly forced to sell them, as they were, to generate liquidity to meet the demands of depositors, then the bank was forced to sell them at a loss because the Fed was hiking rates there. Now, obviously, contagion is the big concern. And then we had the Fed on Sunday announcing that it would make additional funding available through a new bank term funding program, which would offer loans of up to 1 year to depository institutions backed by treasuries and other assets that these institutions hold, so that people wouldn't have to take a haircut on previous treasuries. So break down those measures that regulators have taken.
Yeah, it's important because I think, the Fed's biggest fear isn't even a correction or a 20% market correction or highs and lows or peaks and valleys. The Fed's biggest fear is contagion effect, whether it's in the banking sector, whether it's any particular risk asset sector. And I think in this particular case, their biggest fear is a spread of, I hate to use the word, of viral fear within the regional banks that then spreads to the commercial banks. And so they've come up with some, over the weekend, the headlines change every 10 minutes, but they came up with some emergency measures. There is, as you said, the FDIC does insure bank deposits up to 250,000. But in the case of Silicon Valley Bank, 95.5% of those assets weren't covered by the FDIC. So then over the weekend, since Friday, they thought, well, the FDIC has this thing called the systemic risk exemption. Well, they'll go above their $250,000 cap. But even that was just a dent, given the massive amount of liquidity the bank needed. And then, of course, there was the infamous bank term funding program, the BTFP, which has eerie reminiscence of the TARP, or the Troubled Asset Relief Program, this new idea that $25 billion to come from the BTFP which is really just a portion of the 38 billion at the U.S. Treasury's. It's called their Exchange Stabilization Fund, but it's 25 billion of that 38 billion. There are many who would argue, and I would argue that's probably not going to be enough. And then so that really is a band-aid on an open knife wound. And the question is, will 25 billion be enough to stave the contagion and stop the fears? I think it's questionable. What I'm seeing now is it's a blender of a lot of forces, because you have the psychological forces. The fear of missing out can also be the fear of getting burned. And depositors are wondering, do they trust their banks? And that's why you're seeing sell-offs at like First Republic or PacWest or even Wells Fargo or B of A today. You're seeing this massive bloodletting right now in the banking sector, the financial sector. But other things are happening too that I think are scaring rather than comforting these depositors and these investors. And you've got the federal home loan banks, which are kind of the safe banks, and they're selling treasuries right now at a discount to raise 60 billion. When you see that happening, does that inspire confidence? Or does that inspire fear? Why are the federal home loan banks raising 60 billion? And when you see Joseph Biden saying everything's fine, I think it's a quote by Bertrand Russell, whenever you see a president say everything's fine, you know things are not fine. So there's this, as we talked about last time, when the math gets bad, you need to have really comforting words. And so I think this BTFP program and this exemption at the FDIC, systemic risk exemption, I think it's not going to be enough to stave off the kind of fear and the lack of trust right now in these regional banks. And I also would remind that the FDIC, even before this crisis hit the headlines last week, came out with a report weeks ago about the regional banks. And these regional banks are sitting on over 600 billion in unrealized losses in assets held to maturity and ready for sale. So there was already kind of a headline, if you were looking deep enough under the hood, to see that there are a lot of unrealized losses on these balance sheets. And then to force these banks to meet liquidity by selling their treasuries at a discount is a perfect storm. So to answer your question, Michelle, it's to be determined. I think we ain't seen nothing yet. As I've said in my last article that came out today, I think the risk could be worse. And of course, we don't know, but it's certainly not off to a good start right now.
Yeah, it's not looking very positive. And as you say, when politicians assure us that there's nothing to worry about, that's usually an indication that there is something to worry about. And Matthew, on the psychological impact of, to borrow a term from crypto, the FUD, the fear, uncertainty, and doubt, with social media, with the 24/7 news cycle, that kind of uncertainty and fear spreads even faster than, say, in previous banking crises. Right? Because if a lot of it is psychological, and if a lot of it stems from bank runs and people saying, well, maybe my bank isn't safe because this has happened, when you've got this 24/7 news cycle and when you've got all of social media pining in on this, I mean, that surely exacerbates and accelerates this idea of losing faith and losing confidence. So I know it's still early to determine, but just how bad could this contagion get?
Well, I mean, depending on who you read and who you listen to, and of course, people always think of macro thinkers as doom and gloom. I think it's just being mathematical financial realists. The question is, there hasn't been a lot of analysis right now on what's happening at the regional banks. As to your point, I don't think the average person right now in line in Brentwood, California at First Republic is there because they looked at an FDIC report on 600 billion in unrealized losses. They're there, to your point, because they're scared, the fear of being burned, right? And they're scared because it's spreading in the headlines, mainstream and offstream and other platforms. It's just a fear, and they've lost a lot of faith. This idea of losing faith is hard to quantify. I think there's a loss of faith in our government, in our finance, in our central banks, in our parties. So all of this kind of is gelling at the same time, and we're having this headline to exacerbate or add gasoline to that fire. But I think the psychological thing is the most important fear. There are some who think you're going to need trillions to back out these, to support these regional banks. And again, when you see fear spread, it's very hard to know under each balance sheet. We haven't done a lot of analysis yet. I haven't seen good analysis of all the regional banks' balance sheets. But when you see the federal home loan, banks selling treasuries at a discount just to make their clients confident, I think that actually creates more fear. Why are you selling treasuries if everything's fine? Why are you worried about liquidity if you're fine, if your balance sheets are fine? And even at Credit Suisse, which is not part of the headlines right now, before SVP imploded, and before Silvergate went into liquidation, and before these other banks are now making the headlines. Credit Suisse was already gasping for air here in Switzerland, gasping for air. They wouldn't
I
even
would
show
rather
their
take my
cash flow
chances
statements.
with
They
that which
wouldn't
is
show their
proven
cash flow statements, and
valuable,
their stock was
durable,
down 60% last
liquid and
week.
desirable.
So it's a zombie bank. And I think when you have those headlines at Credit Suisse, you have the memory of Bear Stearns, and you have the memory of TARP, and you have the memory of bailing out bad banks. And now you see Sam Bankman-Fried ripple effects in Northern California affecting these banks. There's just a real what the hell kind of attitude. What's really going on? And again, will 25 billion or 38 billion or 500 billion or 800 billion or 1 trillion restore confidence? If it does, it will be at the expense of the Treasury and the US dollar. So
I would rather take my chances with that which has proven valuable, durable, liquid and desirable for thousands of years, and let other people test Bitcoin at their own expense, not at mine.
Hello, Robert Kiyosaki, the Rich Dad Radio Show, the good news and bad news about money. And once again, this is part 4 of a 4-part series. If you missed any one of the 1, 2, or 3, please go back to Rich Dad Radio. All of our programs are archived at Rich Dad Radio, because I think this is the most important series we'll ever put on. Because our dollar, the reason Rich Dad was founded was because of this. And I read this book in 84. It's how our wealth is stolen via our money, taxation, and inflation. So this is part 4, and it's why is silver important? Because that's why, I'll say it again, I get sick and tired. I argue with people who would rather save this stuff. And the one thing I'm going to go into is here. This is gold. This is silver. This is real. And this is fake. Very simple. You can print this, but you can't print this or this. But in financial literacy, there's a word called liquidity. How liquid, Andy, is this gold piece? How fast can you convert it to cash for me?
It's probably more liquid than anything on the planet. I mean, you could go into Phoenix and see Charles or Jim, and bang, you'd have cash. You could send it to any dealer, any pawn shop. It's more liquid than just about anything. It's a misconception that it lacks liquidity.
And that's why when I wrote Rich Dad, Poor Dad over here, I don't know where it is, savers are losers. Instead of saving this, save gold and silver. And if you need cash, you're in. How liquid is gold and silver to you?
Immediately liquid. It is one of the most liquid sellable items on the planet universally around the globe.
Thank you. Mr. Clark?
Well, the beautiful thing about it is you can establish a price for gold as far as liquidating it. And I can show you how that's done, taking the spot price and the premium, whether it's a discount or positive, to the gold price. Very easy. As fast as you can hand the gold over, I'll hand you the money and everybody go on about their business.
Do I have to wait for you to get a second mortgage on your house?
Nope, just hand you the money. Boom.
Charles, how liquid is this silver and this gold?
There is nothing more liquid, period. End of story. It's the most liquid asset in the world and has been for thousands of years.
So with that, that's why people are saving this in case the bottom falls out. I'd still rather save this and this. So let's go to silver, and the silver stacker who called me a questionable person. I've been saving silver since '64, and I want to thank Republic Monetary Exchange, Jim and Charles, for giving me these coins here. Why is this coin so important there? It's a Kennedy $50. It's a silver. Jim?
Well, it's a treasury issued coin that has a known finite amount of silver in it, and you could look it up. And it has a price based on the silver spot. Why we talked in series 1 that coin is worth about $9, 18 times the price of silver. So taking the amount of silver in a $1,000 bag, you come up with basically the spot plus a little bit of a premium. So it's not because of the date. There's nothing special about the date 1964. It's the content of silver that makes it valuable.
Right. That was the date it changed.
Yeah, 65, you got garbage. 64, you have value. You have real money.
Charles, what is Gresham's law?
So when I was a young man and they took the silver out of the currency, my dad would come home at the end of the day. He'd take the silver coins out of his pocket. He didn't have any special expertise in it. He wasn't an economist, but he'd take the silver coins out of his pocket and put them in a candy dish in the living room. And the other coins, the fake money coins, he'd spend, take to the grocery store and spend. Now, to my great shame, Robert, I don't mind confessing this to you because we're all friends here, but I was a teenager at the time, and when I needed money to go to the movie, when I needed money to do something with my friends, what did I do? I dug into that dish in the living room that had the real silver, not knowing that that was real money and that my dad was saving it because he knew, as thousands of people all over the world know, that real money persists and fake money goes bad.
Well, then that bottom line is that Gresham's law is very simple. Bad money drives good money out
That's
of
Gresham's
circulation.
law.
Yep.
So Dana, you're the go-to guy on this one with rare coins. What do you have to say about the numismatic value of coins?
Well, the collector value above the intrinsic metal value is what we call the numismatic value of a coin. So we've had a couple of really big buying surges over the last 20 years, primarily due to the great financial crisis and due to COVID and the explosion of government debt. So we're seeing the collector value of the old historic coins grow because there's simply more and more people on the planet. There's more and more people that are trained to buy precious metals now because of the two financial crises we've had. And there's less and less product to go around. So you can buy the old dimes and quarters still at a reasonable price. A 1964 quarter would buy you a gallon of gas. A 1965 quarter back in 1965 would buy you a gallon of gas. One's got silver in it, one doesn't. Today, a 1964 quarter will get you a gallon and a half of gas, while that regular quarter in your pocket won't. So there's a market for collector coins that's more supply and demand driven than underlying precious metals driven. And there's a way actually to leverage profits if you're buying on the cheap on the collector coins, if you know market timing. But for most people, you just want precious metals for precious metals' sake in this environment that is highly debt leveraged.
Right. And as I said, for full disclosure, I buy from these guys, number one, for their information, their wisdom, their dedication to their business. That's why you silver stackers out there, 50 years from now, I'll talk to you. But until then, you don't have no historical stuff in. And I'm glad you're stacking silver. But Dana, let me ask this question. How do people rip people off? I mean, you were the president of the Numismatic Association. How do people get ripped off with rare coins?
Well, not understanding the fundamental value, not shopping around with the internet. Going after vintage coins is so much. It's so much easier to comparatively shop. But most importantly, you have to find a dealer with a long-standing business in the marketplace and a reputation of trust and reliability. That's really what you need if you're going to be in the vintage coin market, because it's an unregulated business. We do have opportunist operators in the marketplace. So you do need to do your homework, and you, more importantly, need to find someone you can trust. And the best way to do a back check is to ask them what they'll pay for that same item to get a buy-sell spread. And not only from that dealer that you're interested in doing business with, but you can shop around a little bit, calling dealers like ourselves to back check us. As you do, Robert, when you're interested in making purchases, you check the market. And that's the most cost-effective way to make sure you're getting a good value.
Andy, what do you say? How do people get ripped off of rare coins?
I think Dana said it very, very well. I think that when you talk about, nowadays anyways, when you talk about buying, whether it be bullion or numismatics, you're buying commodity, and that commodity is comparable with other companies. And to Dana's point, which is very well stated, when you're buying a commodity, you buy the person, you buy the company, you buy the reputation. And in a federally non-regulated industry, that's much more important. You can very easily be penny wise and pound foolish, but look,
much like being one of the companies on this show, you understand what that means. Reputation. We are a reflection of your reputation on this show. And so we all take that very seriously. I think that means we take our business very seriously. And to save a few cents to work with a new company who doesn't have that long-standing reputation can be disastrous. So there are con artists in every industry, especially one that is gaining more notability and notoriety. So I think what Dana said is spot on. Work with a company that has a good reputation, that's been around the block, and you'll more often than not have a great experience.
So, Jim, you ever have somebody come in and say, I was told this is worth $50,000? Have you?
All the time. There are shows that come on at 2:00 in the morning for the insomniac old people that they see. I had 1965 Kennedy half dollar that's has a little bit of silver in it, but not much. And they hype it up that this is $29 for this coin. They're running out of them. It's been graded by one of the grading services. When we run out, we run out. And, you could cash these in anytime. And it's a scam. And as my colleagues, Andy and Dana, have said, reputation. And it's kind of like you're going to rent a condo somewhere across the country. You check VRBO and you want to see what people have said about it. You want to look at the Google reviews, maybe look at Better Business Bureau, where they stand with them. How long have they been in business?
Hi, everyone. I'm Kim Kiyosaki, co-host of the Rich Dad Radio Show. And I want to thank today's sponsor, our friends at Gold Alliance. We should all be concerned about high inflation, a looming recession, the very troubled banking system, and out-of-control spending in Washington. And the fact is, during every major crisis in U.S. history, many of those who failed to prepare watched their savings, investments, and retirement funds plummet, while others with the foresight to own gold help preserve their wealth and purchasing power. Now, we're facing several major crises at once, and we may soon face even more economic turmoil.
What would this cost me if I walked into your place, Republic Monetary Exchange, on Camelback Road in Phoenix, Arizona? What would that cost me?
Just over $900 for that kilogram. Yeah.
My God, and how much is this thing here?
That's going to be around over 2,000, 2,050 or more.
Get this is 2,000. This is a gold. What is it?
Eagle, American Gold Eagle.
Gold Eagle, and that's 900.
Right, that's a kilogram of silver. This is going to be close to $20,000 for this gold.
Hello, Robert Kiyosaki, the Rich Dad Radio Show. The good news and bad news about this here. This is cash and this trash. So today we're going to be talking about the hottest subject on the market today, and it's not real estate. What it is here is this is gold, and this is silver, and of course there's Bitcoin. So those are the three things. And the reason they're the hottest subjects on the earth right now is because our money is fake. So this is one of my favorite books here, Fake. I'll tell you a quick story before we get into why gold, silver, and Bitcoin. Is that I was at Safeway, and I'm kind of a guru at the salad counter at Safeway, and all the women were coming up to me going, "Hey, what should we invest in? What should we invest in?" And I just happened to have in my pocket here, this is a pre-64 U.S. quarter. And it's given to me by my friend Dana Samuelson he's in Austin, Texas. He's American Gold Exchange in Austin, Texas, Dana Samuelson. So he knows I'm a silver nut. So this is a pre-64, and pre-64 means it's silver. After 64, it became fake money. It became this here. So I held this up here to the ladies. They want the hottest tip. I said, buy this here. They went, oh, a quarter? I can afford a quarter. I said, yeah, but I'll charge you $3 for it. And you should have seen their brains. The salad was flying all over the place. And all this. Why did you charge me $3? I said, okay, I'll tell you what, $2. They were screaming, not screaming, but just, why would I pay you $2 for a quarter? And I said, but this is pre-64. They just could not figure it out. Now, that's the lesson of today, is that people don't know that our money is fake. And that's why Rich Dad exists and all this. But the sad thing about it is that AARP turned on my article because I wrote a story of my mother. I used to save real quarters because when I was 17 years old in '64, I saw the quarter go to copper. You know, it was fake. It was an alloy. So I started collecting dimes and then quarters and half dollars. I had this big bag of real silver. And my mother says, "What are you doing?" I said, "This is real money." So this is 64, 65, I go to school in New York. 66, I come home. My mother spent it all. And so I wrote the story for AARP. They turned it down. I said, the lesson is poor people are poor because they don't know fake money. They don't know the difference between real money and fake money. So this is a very important lesson here. I have two friends here for years. And like I said, Dana Samuelson of American Gold Exchange in Austin, Texas. This is a special category of silver. It's called numismatic. And numismatic means collectible and antique. And the reason I respect Dana is because he was head of the American Numismatics. So I don't buy numismatics. I don't buy collectible coins. I buy real gold, silver. But if I want numismatic, you know, like an antique Dodge or something, whatever it is, if I want an antique coin, I see Dana, because there's a lot of fakes out there, a lot of fake coins. So you got to be very careful today. But like I said, this is the hottest subject of all. I have two great friends here. So Jim, and this is Charles Goyette here. This is his book here, red and blue and broke all over. And, you know, So, Jim, how long have you been in this business of gold?
50 years.
50 years.
This year, yeah.
Our time is coming in this one, isn't it?
Well, I thought it was coming in 1973 when I got into business. And it was just a year and a half or so after Nixon had removed the gold. And we went off the gold standard.
The dollar was backed by this here. This is real gold. So in 71, this was pulled out too, right?
Right.
You could just print as much as you like.
It was no longer backed by anything. It was a Federal Reserve note, which is no more federal than Federal Express. And we were required to take that as money, whether we liked it or not.
Right, right. Another thing, too, I was in Vietnam in 71. I was on my way over. 72, I was there. In 73, I returned. I bought my first gold coin. It was a South African Krugerrand. And the Vietnamese woman, you know, gold was $35 for years. And then in 71, it floated to about 50, let's say. And so I thought, well, I'd go talk to her. She was behind enemy lines. I flew my helicopter in there, tried to negotiate with her. I said, look, I'll give you 40 of these for one of these. And she's going, spot. I go, let me say it again, 40 of these for one of these. She goes, spot. I said, what the hell is she talking about? Well, she was saying spot that day was 50. And all of a sudden here, I'm a college graduate, you know, hopefully, with my other college graduate, two pilots standing there going, we don't know shit about money, do we? You know, so spot me on that day, it was $50. And I thought because she was behind enemy lines, I could get it for 40. No such deal. Gold is gold. Spot is spot. Silver is silver. This is real money. So, Mr. Goyette, Charles, why did you write this? Tell us about your background, but why did you write this book here?
Well, one thing is Jim and I were in the business together a very long time ago that he was talking about. But you just reminded me about Spot. I remember seeing a National Geographic special. This is back in the 70s. And they went to these guys, these kind of like third worlders in the Amazon rainforest, way deep in the jungle. And these people didn't have any clothes, didn't have any electricity, didn't have, you know, but they were panning for gold there.
Yeah.
And the camera crew came up and tried to buy their gold, and they knew what the London gold fix was that day. They totally knew what the world price of gold was, spot price of gold, because it's international, it's all over the world, and it's a real price for real money, isn't it?
Yeah, the sad thing about it is I think Americans are the least that know about money. Yeah. Because we are the Federal Reserve. No, I'll tell you one last time. I was in Peru. I bought a gold mine in Peru. And there was these holes going on. There's no rain. There's just barren hills, mountains, all them the Andes. And I see these little holes up there. I go, what the hell's that, And my little Inca guide says, we've been drilling for oil here for thousands of years, asshole. I said, I'm not the first guy up here. No, you're not the first guy up here. My great grandfather's been yanking this stuff out for years. Yeah. And that's what Pizarro came to Peru and killed them all, took their gold.
Stole their gold, yeah.
Right. And so that's where the Spanish became the empire of the time. So it went from Spain, England, America. America's gone now. So that's what we're here to talk about today and we're old enough, the three of us, to understand that this here is real and this here is fake. But the most people would rather have this. This is the problem.
Robert, I saw one of those YouTube videos where the guy's on the boardwalk in Santa Monica. It's kind of like jaywalking, what's the name of the moon? The moon. But he's walking around with a chocolate bar and a silver coin. And he says to the people, he said, would you rather have this chocolate bar or I think it was a silver bar?
A silver bar. It was Mark Dice.
Yeah. And the people go, no, I'll take that chocolate bar. So they get a $2 chocolate bar, or
it was a 10-ounce silver bar.
Yeah,
and it was
10-ounce silver bar, $300 worth of silver.
And they'd rather have the chocolate bar than the silver bar.
No better. It's jaywalking America.
Yeah, and I'll say this again. It's the most important lesson. Poor people don't know the difference between real money and fake money, and that is what it comes down to. So it was in 71, this used to be a silver certificate. Now it's a Federal Reserve IOU. It used to be backed by gold up to, this was 64, it was silver. And then in 71, Nixon took the gold out of it. Johnson took this out of the silver certificate.
Yeah, I remember I was telling you that story the other night. I remember in 1964, where we're sitting around the TV, Johnson came on and said, silver has become too valuable to be used as money. And just as I'm sitting here, my dad said, that son of a bitch. They're going to take the silver out and they're going to leave us this garbage coins. Yeah. And he didn't really understand it, but he got it. And from that point on, he saved silver coins to where he had about $8,000 worth by the time he cashed them in 1980.
Yeah. And I was in South Carolina where I have a home. And this guy said that his father ran the theater. And his father said they're just yanking out all the silver coins. The lesson, again, is poor people don't know the difference between real money and fake money. And that's why in Rich Dad, Poor Dad, I said the rich don't work for money because it's fake. So, the reason I like to have Jim here and Charles is because this stuff is getting harder to find right now. And I was panicking because I deal with a lot of guys who have gold and silver. And so I called my friends and we cannot get silver. I went, what? This is about, 7-8 months ago. We couldn't get silver. So you guys are Republic Monetary Exchange. Yeah, on Camelback. And I called these guys, we got plenty.
Jim has been very, very good over the years at making sure that the inventories are high. He could see when these runs are starting and stuff, and the premiums are starting to go up and stuff. And he's always put his clients first, and make sure, okay, we're going to commit a lot of capital to make sure that our clients can come in the door and get their gold and silver. Yeah. The worst thing in the world is, these companies that say, well, give us your money now. And then, we're going to deliver your gold or we'll send you your silver in 6 months or something. Don't do that. Don't do that. So Jim's just really created a name for himself and his ability to always deliver to his clients.
Well, I've always stayed ahead of the curve that you can anticipate needs after 50 years in the business.
Well, not everybody can, because I was panicking. I was going, because... Explain the difference. Okay, well, step back. You have the spot price. So let's say today the spot's $20. There's a premium on top of this coin, or this coin, should I say. What does the spot and the premium mean?
On that particular coin, it's typically between $4 and $5 an ounce over the
So
spot price.
is the price all across the world.
Right. And then all of the products and coins and bars and so forth, they will be priced accordingly based on the availability, the demand, the cost of refining and putting them in the coins and shipping and distributor markup, dealer markup, our markup and all that. So there's always a premium that you pay to get the finished product.
That's like the tip at the end of the dinner. I was watching.
It was worse than that.
Yeah, I was watching Fox News this morning, Fox Business, and they were bitching about how she went. Where did she go? She went to the dry cleaners, and she charged her. She put it on a credit card for her dry cleaning. It's a tip 20%. She goes, "Why do I have to tip you for my dry cleaning?" People are so desperate to money because this is fake. Yeah. It's terrible.
Well, and because they can print it so much that the value is dropping every day. They print up billions every day, or they've got to create something through a keystroke entry. That means all the rest of those Federal Reserve notes out there become worth just that much less every day.
Yeah, this is trash. So I'll say it again, the difference between rich people and poor people, rich people know the difference between this and this. And so the Republic Monetary Exchange, there's a lot of people out there. Dana Samuelson, my friend, is my expert in numismatic. And I was impressed because you guys had inventory. My other friend, Jerry Williams, was out. And I said, what the hell? This is a while ago. What the hell's going on? It was running. So it must mean there's something going on because people would rather have this than this now, except for the ladies at Safeway.
But they know now.
I don't know. It fried their brains. I said, why would I give you $2 for that? And I said, that's the riddle of the day, ladies. Now, they were laughing. We had a great time, But it fried their brains. I said, what? And I said, I have a book here for you. It's called Fake. And this whole system is fake right now. So we come back, we're going more into how people lie, cheat, and steal because, anytime there's money, there's liar, cheater, and stealer around there. And I've been saying this for years, this is God's money. This is fake money. I like Bitcoin. I call it people's money. Now, I don't know much about Bitcoin, but I'm just glad I bought it at 6. That's all I know right now. So we come back, we're going more how you can know real money from fake money, some of the other advantages of right now. I've been saying this for years. I used to work for Lear, still have Lear Capital ads. I said, buy silver. And the reason is everybody can afford this. Everybody in the world can afford $30, but they'd rather have this. And that's today's Rich Dad lesson. We'll be right back.
The average time to hire for most organizations is 30 to 45 days. Are you tired of the costly and lengthening hiring process? Simplify and speed up your recruitment by using the experts at Express Employment Professionals. Reduce time to hire, cut down on multiple interviews, and lower your recruitment costs. Whether you're looking for contract workers or new team members, our streamlined recruiting, candidate screening, and hiring process is more efficient than hiring on your own. Visit expresspros.com today. Haven't used a staffing company before? We know that you enjoy learning new things and keeping up with trends and efficiencies. Make a change this year with your hiring. Businesses are navigating a landscape that has never been more expensive or regulated. Start at expresspros.com to find the location near you. With more than 860 locally owned offices, you'll get the hiring support that you need at expresspros.com. Are you getting richer or poorer? Because right now, the rich are getting richer while everyone else falls behind. Why? Fake money. The government prints trillions of dollars, inflating your savings while the rich move their wealth into gold and silver.
Going broke. And so you guys have been in the business for a while. I've been in the business 72, my first gold coin. I still have that gold coin.
Wow.
It's not stored in America, though. It's stored someplace else.
Where is that?
You don't have to tell. I'm gonna open my blabbermouth on TV. That's like my attorney stands in front of this crowd. He says, "Yeah, I have a lot of gold. I keep it at home." I said, "Well, why don't you just tell everybody where to go? Why don't you just give them your address too?" Attorneys aren't the brightest guys on earth.
Well, I have strangers that will ask me, now, where should I store this? I said, I don't know, and I don't care.
Yeah, well, don't tell me. So the FBI goes, did you know? Well, so Jim, tell us about what you have right here. You have silver and you have gold.
So I have a kilogram of silver, which is 32.15 ounces, and then I have a 10-ounce gold bar. And, of course, when you see something that big, how do I know that's real? So we have a device, it's a spectrometer, that we can put, that x-rays the bar, and I've got it all set up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to point the device at the silver, and I'm going to get a reading. Put it on there maybe 4 or 5 seconds. It will read right into the bar. It'll come back, and if you can pick that up, right on the screen, it says AG, which is the chemical sign for silver, 99.99% pure. You know that this bar is absolute. We can do the same thing.
Is there such a thing as fake silver? They
yes,
caught some.
You can
Not
see it,
too
but
long ago, they caught some.
There were some companies years ago that were making silver and gold, and it wasn't coming out exactly pure. And what happens then is, if we find that, we just throw it in the melting pot and then bring it up to pure, because you don't want to sell a bar that's 94, 95% pure. So it's out there, which is why we spent $20,000 on this piece of equipment that we can count. We can find a counterfeit bar. If it's not pure gold, we know right then. And this has paid for itself many times over, because so many times somebody will come in and say, well, hey, I've got this big block of gold and I want to sell it. Okay, let's have a look at it. You go through it, it's pyrite, or it's copper, or it's zinc.
Jim Records was telling in the New York bank, he says they found some fake silver. You know, so
well, the bigger the bar, the better chance that there is. So I'm going to do the same thing with this gold, just because that's really the valuable one. A $20,000 piece of metal, you want to make sure that it's what it's supposed to be. Same thing. We come up, AU, gold, 99.99% pure, which is exactly what it's supposed to be.
What would this cost me if I walked into your place, Republic Monetary Exchange, on Camelback Road in Phoenix, Arizona? What would that cost me?
Just over $900 for that kilogram. Yeah.
My God! And how much is this thing here?
That's going to be around over 2,000, 2,050 or more.
You get this is 2,000. This is a gold. What is it?
Eagle, American Gold
American
Eagle.
Gold Eagle, and that's 900.
Right, that's a kilogram of silver. This is going to be close to $20,000 for this gold bar.
What is that now?
10 ounces of gold.
That feels like real money, doesn't it, Robert?
Can I trade you this for this?
Would you do that? Go get 20,000 more of those and we'll do it.
You're a little light.
Actually, on that subject, we were talking about this the other night, Robert, about cash for gold. I'm one of the few people who absolutely despise cash for buying gold, and you'd think just the opposite, that I couldn't wait to get cash. But banks don't want it. Try and deposit $20,000 or $50,000 in cash. They'll turn you away and say, well, we got to do this, that, and the other, and we've got to file this form, and we got to do that. Hey, I would rather have a bank wire than cash anytime.
Jim's story really illustrates something.
He doesn't want cash, and I thought the reason is because it might be dirty, or it's hot money, or whatever it is. It's just a pain in the butt.
Well, it's that, but you know what else? I'm thinking down the road. Let's say I acquire $1 million or $2 million in cash that the banks don't want to take. When this currency is repudiated, I'm going to be stuck, just like the people in Germany were twice in the 20th century, that they were hauling wheelbarrows full of Deutschmarks for a basket of groceries.
And fake money brought Hitler to power. The Weimar Republic, and the Reichsmark, and all this. Every time there's fake money, tyrants rise up because people know something is wrong.
Yep. So here we go in this country.
Right.
But Jim's attitude now about cash really illustrates that the government, the deep state, has won this war without legislation, without public debate. They have won the war against cash. They've been at war at cash because it's anonymous, that they don't track you, they can't follow you when you use cash, and they've won the war.
Yeah.
And so the only alternative people have to be off the grid, not to be tracked, not to be surveilled, gold and silver. That's it. That's all.
So once again, this is 1964. In 1964, I was 17 years old. I started looking at the thing like this. It was copper. The Romans did the same thing way back in the end of their empire. So what were they doing when they put copper in this thing? It's a law called Gresham's Law. What does Gresham's Law mean?
Bad money drives good money out of circulation.
So this money went into hiding. So I had bags of it. I used to go caddy, take my dollars, go to the bank, and pull out all the real stuff and hide the real stuff. I didn't know what I was doing. I was 17 years old. I wasn't the brightest kid on the block, but I just knew this was fake. I mean, this was fake now. And then I come back from school a year later, and my mother spent it. So the lesson is, that was a powerful lesson. AARP turned it down. They says, you're cruel to your mom. And I went, so okay. I said, anyway, is poor people don't know real money from fake money. So what happened in 71, this became debt. So I'm in our company at Rich Dad, we encourage people to use debt. This is my other friend here. He's a financial planner who doesn't recommend the 401k. John McGregor says the top 10 reasons why the rich go broke. And one of the reasons they go broke is they don't have a plan for their money, but they have no idea what money is.
Well, and I've talked to people all the time that are multimillionaires. They sold their business, they did this, that, and the other, and it came into all this cash that's sitting in the bank. And I said, well, you think I should buy some gold with some of this? I said, well, you know what they're doing, the dollar. You know that they keep printing them. They can't print gold. Now, you tell me how much you can afford to lose of all that money sitting in the bank, and I would say leave that there and get the rest of it in gold. It's a bigger risk having paper money.
It's guaranteed. It's a guaranteed loss.
And eventually, these are going to be worthless. And we're in the 51st year of fiat money when Nixon closed the gold window. A currency has never lasted more than 50 years until now, and we're in year 51. How are we any different? Look what they've done in Venezuela. They were one of the richest countries in South America and actually the Western Hemisphere. Look what they've done to Argentina. Look what they've done in Cuba. Look what they've done in Mexico. The same exact economic principles that they broke there. We're doing the same thing here.
Somebody asked me once, how many paper currencies have gone broke, have gone worthless over time? And the answer is all of them.
All of them.
And the ones that people still hold are only on their way. They just haven't arrived at their final destination yet.
It's like I'm 17 years old in 1964 going, something's wrong here. And that's Gresham's Law. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm a rich person is I know real from fake. And then so when Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard in 71, I didn't really know what that meant. But the first course, I was in Vietnam in 73. I came back. 74, they made this legal. Remember that? It was illegal. So I had to smuggle that damn crude. I was in Hong Kong.
It was in 74. Yeah, because it was illegal to own in bullion form. And
well, 73 I brought it in.
It was a felony. It was a felony. They could put you in prison for 10 years and charge you $10,000 fine. They made it a felony for Americans, free people, to own monetary gold and silver.
Yeah.
Or gold anyway. It was a felony. Was it dangerous? Was it going to blow up? Was it nuclear contamination? Was it kill your neighbors with poison? What was wrong? Well, of course, you know the answer. It's always the same answer. The government grabs all the gold because it wants it for itself, so you can't be allowed to have any. It's exactly what they did.
At that time, there were two very good senators, Steve Sims and Jesse Helms, who introduced the idea of Americans owning gold because foreigners could own gold and Americans couldn't. And if there's anything to be said good about Gerald Ford, it was that he signed the bill after it passed through both houses to make gold legal to own. Now, unfortunately, at the time, gold was around $200 an ounce, and over the next year and a half or so, it dropped to $100. So a lot of the curiosity of owning gold disappeared. But fast forward to the Jimmy Carter days, 1976, gold went to $100, and by the end of Carter's term, it was $850. And silver went from about $3 an ounce to $50 an ounce in that 4-year period.
So during Carter's term, this was $850. What is this today?
2050.
So why would you save this trash? That's what I'm saying here.
It's fake. How about that, to sum it up? That's fake.
It's a trick.
Other thing I want to say, because I'm a history buff, that's about the only subject I did well in school. The reason he doesn't even like the 401k is in 1974 when Ford put us back on, we could own gold. They put us onto 401k, ERISA Act, and today this is the biggest reason you want to own gold. Because our pensions, as we keep raising interest rates, our 401ks are going down. But not only this, is my book wrote with Ed Siddell, is our pensions are broke. So it's the firefighters, police officers, school teachers, their pensions are gone. So the Fed's going to have to print. That's my whole summation.
Well, and what's crazy about it too is that you get your statement online every month, and it says, "Oh my God, look, I have $500,000 in my pension plan. Boy, that's going to last me till the year 2050." It's not going to. The dollar's not going to be there, first of all, and the pensions are gone too. But gold will be there forever.
This will be here. This is God's money. I mean, we used to have money for about 5,000 years, but God put it here on the earth, and that's when I was in the Andes with my old Inca friend. I said, "Geez, look at those holes." He says, "Yeah, we've been digging for a longer than you have, And I was in Mongolia, same thing. There's a place called the Checkerboard. They call it checkerboard because the Mongolians, this is thousands of years ago, were digging for gold. Now, they didn't have internet, they didn't have iPhones and all this stuff. Humans intuitively knew to look for gold. That's what blew me away. Well, two last things, okay? There's a thing called distribution and accumulation. Price of silver is low, and silver and gold or oil, I'm accumulating. I've been accumulating since 72. I own more gold than most people, most of the gurus on TV. I own gold mines, silver mines, because I believe in this stuff, because this is God's money. This is fake money. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Robert.
Pleasure to be here.
Welcome back. Robert Kiyosaki, the Rich Dad Radio Show. Thanks to Jim Clark, Republic Monetary Exchange, RME, and Charles Goyette, Republic Monetary Exchange, because this is the hottest subject of all today. It's silver and gold, because this is fake. And if you have friends and family who are still hoarding this stuff here, have them listen to this program and discuss it with them, because they'll, I'm now called a salad bar guru. And I thought it was hysterical, but it fried their brains. What's the difference between this and this? One's fake, one's real. I bought considerable amounts from Dana in Austin, Texas, and he traded out my gold eagles for regular gold. And I said, "Why?" He goes, "I don't know," but he says, "You just made a lot of money." So I got, instead of having 10 ounces of gold, I now had 15 ounces of gold, but just because one went from eagles to something else. All I want is the ounce of gold, and as long as it's pure, I don't really care. But some people do, right? Final word, Mr. Goyette.
Hey, thanks for having us on again, Robert.
Wait, this is your book here. I'll plug the book.
And it's about red and blue and broke all over, and how the country is broke all over, and the exact story you've been trying to explain to people for a very long time, and now here we are.
Another thing we do, I send out a newsletter every week, a blog basically, that gives a synopsis of what's going on the past week and maybe what we're seeing down the road, and just keeping clients and prospects informed of how we see the market. And I encourage people to go to our website, rmegold.com, and you can sign up for the newsletter. There's no charge. We email it out every Sunday afternoon or Monday morning whenever we put the finishing touches on it. I would encourage people to sign up for that at rmegold.com.
So thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank you all for listening to the Rich Dad Radio Show. Remember, this is fake and this is real.